Honorable President Bach, where is Mr. Swart? He's scarce lately. Oh. Okay. No, it did. It did. Okay. Oh, no, okay, that's fine.
Such instance, Papa women stand up and pray for you. Papa women
You have a prayer session.
stand up and pray for you.
Can members end? Members, let's start. Our last lap of our interviews been quite a very hectic week for us, but I think we kept it going. Today we are interviewing two candidates for, yes, I'm still going to come to that point, on President Park. Two candidates for the position of the deputy chairperson of the commission. You'll recall that the vacancy arose from the resignation of Commissioner Kohan, who was a full-time commissioner and also was a deputy chairperson. So we have had a vacancy in the commission. Honorable President Bach would have asked if, won't there be an irregularity if the advert only spoke about filling a vacancy in the commission and no advert was issued out for purposes of the deputy chairperson. So I've consulted the secretariat here with regard to that matter just now. The Act says we must fill vacancies in the commission. Then out of those, we can recommend to the House to be either a chairperson or a deputy chairperson. But I think beyond that, what I've also tried to check is that how has been the practice in the past administrations when there is a vacancy in the commission and there is a vacancy either of the chairperson and the deputy chairperson. Now, the practice in Parliament has been you fill the vacancy, the advert is directed on filling the vacancy. Then in terms of the current legal framework, it's only out of those commissioners that you recommend to the House that they either be chairperson or deputy chairperson. So I think that's a point you'll come to it as well. So thus far we don't seem to be in a problematic situation, but I think we can explore more if because part of what is all our interest is that we run a meticulous process that cannot be riddled with unnecessary litigations and stuff. So Honorable President Bach, I will give you first.
Thank you, Chair. My concern is simply this, and if I could see the advert, perhaps it would be okay, if Benoni can maybe give it to me. My concern is this, that I seem to recall that in the past we have done as you described. But that has normally been when there have been many vacancies and we've more or less reset up the commission. This is almost a casual vacancy that has arisen in the middle of the term, and when we filled the deputy position with the late Priscilla Jana, we in fact advertised the deputy position, I recall. And applications were made for a deputy position. And then there was a proper process where any interested party could apply, but B, there was also public comment. The difficulty with doing it this way is if all the other commissioners were not aware that the post was up for grabs, they may not have applied, I don't know. And B, there's been no public comment on the applicants. So those are my difficulties. I don't know how we should deal with them.
Okay, well, but we can confirm that we have written officially to all the commissioners, so to avail themselves. That's why even in the first day of our interviews, there was a consistent question to all the candidates that if you are to be appointed in the commission, would you make yourself available for deputy chairperson? Yeah. So, members, is that all? Okay, that's fine then. Members, are we ready? Which candidate are we starting with? We'll start with Commissioner Kinana. Good morning, Commissioner Kinana.
Good morning, Chairperson.
How are you?
I'm fine, and how are you?
Fine. Just consider this a conversation between yourself and the committee to get us to understand your actual vision in capacitating the chairperson's office in the commission. Relax, it's going to be a fair conversation with you. There is water next to you. If you need some, you can take them. the committee will just converse with you. So I'm going to give you 5 minutes to just tell us about yourself and do you think you're a suitable candidate to be the deputy chairperson of the commission?
Thank you so much, Chairperson, and good morning also to the honorable members. As you probably know, yes, my name is Kinana. I am a mother, a grandmother, a wife, an attorney by profession, but also a commissioner in the Human Rights Commission, have been serving since the beginning of 2024. I must just say that I'm an activist at heart for human rights as well as gender-based violence. I mentor young people that are interested in following in my footsteps in terms of the legal profession. I basically bring a holistic approach in addressing systemic inequalities in our country. I must say that my vision to become the deputy chairperson centers around an inclusive and an enabling environment, not only for the staff, but even stakeholders, just in an effort to amplify the voice of those that are marginalized, and also ensuring that the commission remains impactful and there are also sustainable outcomes. Insofar as the leadership skills that I think I will bring to the commission as a DC, I believe that I will be able to prioritize that we have what one can term a safe environment, a very supportive environment for our employees. I'm sure you recall in our previous presentation where we said that we have already gone to the lens of ensuring that a union is recognized. And my take is that one would have to do what I can call check-ins with the secretariat insofar as ensuring that the culture then is filtered down even to other employees in the commission. I believe it is definitely pivotal for the growth of the organization, and also just focusing on strengths as well as addressing weaknesses whilst fostering open communication for the staff complement. I believe that listening is more important than talking when one has to do same, which can then allow a situation where there will be a safe space. I've also realized that it is important to ensure that there's always debriefing sessions for our staff complement when one has regard to the type of work that they do on daily basis, where they go to different institutions and observe the inequalities that are existing in our country. As a Human Rights Commission, we've got what we call SHINE, which is social harmony through national effort. And I believe that same can actually be used in a workspace where we can make sure that the cultures, the different cultures can be learned and even unlearned by staff complement. I must also say that I believe in collaboration as a currency, and this I've seen how pivotal it is to have when working with the staff and also the stakeholders. And this I've realized when we hold hearings, and I must just say that I've been fortunate to have dealt with hearings, particularly in Northwest, where I've already done a hearing with SAPS, I've done a hearing with the Department of Health, which was even yesterday. I also did a hearing with the Department of Education. And what became evident is that there has not been collaboration between the departments, and if same can be achieved, it would assist us to go a long way insofar as just ensuring that the mandate of the respective departments are met. I have also realized that one would need to have MOUs, which I realized at the commission when I got there that in fact they do exist with a number of institutions, amongst others your universities, but same were not being used optimally. I must just mention that whilst I was doing my work, in trying to ensure that I'm achieving my mandate in Northern Cape already, which is also the province that I'm allocated to as a commissioner, except for Northwest. I was able to ensure that I have an engagement with the University of Salt Lake, where we were talking about ensuring that we produce more work, which is research-based, but also evidence-based. So I've realized that partnerships that exist only in a document are not sufficient, but it is important to have actionable partnerships. I must also just say that in the commission, I realized that there was an issue with regard to the number of employees that are in the commission. Our staff complement is about almost 200, which is really not enough when one has regard to the number of citizens we have in the country. It really became clear that it would not be enough. So what I've then done in consultation with the Secretariat, that is our suspended CEO, the CFO, as well as the COO, we were able to meet with SASITA through my effort with the view to ensure that SASITA is able to assist us with bringing more warm bodies into the commission. And I'm happy to say that with that engagement, which was pioneered by myself, we were able to ensure that the CEO signs an MOU, and what became clear was that the South African Human Rights Commission was not contributing towards skills levies, and that is something that the CFO has already undertaken to say that is going to be rectified in order for the commission to then benefit from this MOU. What I'm happy to say about it is that it not only does it look at your candidate attorneys, but it will even go to human resource, finance, and any other department. And really that is the beauty of the MOU there. As a commissioner that has been in the commission, I must say that I made sure that during elections of 2024, we have the observer status, and this was informed by one of my focal areas. One of my focal areas is civil and political rights, and after having ensured that we received that observer status, we were on the ground at all times, and we were able to report in real time. And we dealt with a number of milestones, and amongst others, your misinformation, disinformation, cybersecurity, and all this we are able to report in real time. And a report has come out of that engagement after our monitoring. I must say that at the commission, what I saw at the time during our elections is how we were able to work together because all provinces were involved in this engagement. We were on the ground as commissioners as well as just members of the staff. But not only that, we went as far as having the civil society also being represented. These would be people who would have trained in our different provinces that are also champions of human rights. I am also involved in the committee that is called the Legal Committee. This is a committee that looks into different matters that are brought by the Commission. And I must say this is one committee that is working very well. So what I bring there obviously is really my legal expertise. And I must say that that is working very well, where we decide on which matters to pursue in court and which was not to. And you also know that currently we do have a matter that we have now filed in the Constitutional Court with regard to our powers. Again, in my civil and political rights focus area, I monitor courts, which is something that I've also done. Just recently in Zanini, I had the pleasure of going there and realize how there are no markings as to the court itself. And it is important to say that we were having a conversation with the senior officials to say that same must be done, and we will then monitor again. There wasn't even the person that is supposed to be allocated to deal with this court. He did not have, a place where he sits, where he says that I'm this equality court clerk. There weren't really documents in relation thereto. So as you'd know from the Human Rights Commission, amongst others, our mandate is education and promotion, and just to create awareness around especially this court. So we have done that, and we will continue to do that. I had already had an engagement, even in Northern Cape, with the Chief Director of Justice about the Equality Court, because in Northern Cape, they had already monitored the courts. So at the time, we were just presenting our report to them to show them where are the shortcomings and how we can best resolve the situation. What is becoming evident, Chair, is that people don't know enough about the court, and it is definitely not being used optimally. But we have taken it upon ourselves as my office, being responsible for that focal area, to go out there and just teach around it. Chair, I must also mention that with regard to children, I found that Commissioner Makwetla had already done some groundwork, and there was a launch of the Children's Rights Unit early in the year, which have then proceeded to say, whilst it is important to have the unit, even better, we need to ensure that these children participate meaningfully in a space where they can make decisions. So there, Chair, I was looking at enhancing their leadership skills, and what I've done, Chair, was that I ensured that all provinces are represented in the structure, but at the same time, the children would be able to echo their concerns, but at the same time to address those issues, of course, with me guiding them as the commissioner responsible for children. Chair, I must say that they go with the mantra that says nothing about us without us, which we similarly apply with persons with disabilities. And Chair, maybe just to pause, to pause there, I will still say that with children, we're still doing more work. There has been an engagement with the presidency, where the idea is to shift the children's unit to Children's Rights Unit to the presidency, and this will be away from the Department of Social Development. We have also made our inputs where that is concerned, and we will be monitoring to see if that is going to achieve the best results. Chair, I'm also responsible for persons with disabilities. And here, I had the pleasure of just being involved in the University of Free State, where there was a roundtable discussion on persons with albinism. And Chair, I must just say that there, what I was echoing is that we see a lot of legal framework where there's bits and pieces where we talk about persons with disabilities. But as South Africa, we don't really have that legal framework, which is just on persons with disabilities. And it is my hope that as at the time when I complete my 7-year term as a commissioner, same might have been achieved. I must say that globally, I've had the pleasure of participating as well in an engagement which involved older persons, which is also my focal area, and where we were able to submit our best practices. Chair, you'll note that with the older persons, we do have an act currently, but there's proposed amendments, and there has been a call once more for more proposals, which we have also participated in the persons with disabilities as well as in children. In children, I'm still trying to establish my Section 11 committee, but with persons with disabilities, I have established a Section 11 committee, as well as with older persons. These are people that advise me on how to best deal with these focal areas as a commissioner, and I must say that is working very well. Chair, with all those skills that I've mentioned in how I've ensured that I do my work, I must say that this will then assist me even in supporting the chairperson in ensuring that the commission runs smoothly. Chair, I believe that collaboration is definitely key, but at the same time, just being able to discuss from time to time on how things should be done also remains key. There has been a number of policies that we have had to develop as a commission. Just recently, we have had to look into the sexual harassment policy, which we found that it is encapsulated in our policy, and we thought it is important to review it from time to time, but it is important to mention that at least it is there, and we hope that it can be used. Chair, I realize that there is a myth, or maybe let me not say a myth, but and say there's a narrative that has been pushed there to say the commission is toxic, but I don't believe so. Having been in the space for, this is the 11th month since I've joined the commission, what I've just realized, Chair, is that these are people that would love to do the work, that do the work when they are called upon to. Maybe the good stories are just not being told enough. And this is what we've been working on as a commission, to say we need to write more. We need to ensure that our work that we have done is published.
Commissioner Duli, the question was about you.
Yes.
And the suitability of yourself to hold that office. So the report about the commission and its internal issues is a different thing. You know, we are dealing with it in a different platform. So if you are done with the suitability part, then we would have answered the question.
Maybe as I end off.
Because a problem you're going to subject yourself in is that members will want to interact with what we are saying. So you will end up shifting the goalpost now from you to the problems of the commission, and it will be unfair to you. So, yeah,
Shall I withdraw that part then?
no, just leave it like that.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, maybe on my legacy, as I end off, is just to
I
say.
thought you were concluding.
Yes, I'm concluding. Would like to really contribute, as I said, to a legal framework, which I've already said will include a Disability Act, to foster a culture of inclusivity and collaboration. And I would like to see a commission that will be, the notion that is out there that says that it's not relevant, will be dispelled, where the commission will be used optimally, and of course, where our powers can be regarded to be binding. And of course, where we have communities that understand what is it that is our mandate really as the commission, which is spelled out in terms of section 184 of the constitution of our country. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Klauber.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good day, Advocate. You started the sentence now where the Chairperson cut you off of myths and then you change it to a narrative. And I can assure you, with all the heaps of emails that I received, it's neither a narrative nor a myth. I would wanted to have asked you, are you involved in any of these, embroiled in any of these internal conflicts? If you are not embroiled in them, are you doing anything to alleviate them? And because I think the person applying for a position of deputy would need either the tenacity or will to want to alleviate them. The problem that I'm faced with now is that you've already answered it and you've dismissed it. You've dismissed that there's any problems. Well, there is. So I think the answer is that you wouldn't want to attempt to fix them. Could you just answer that quick?
I was not being dismissive, honorable member, of that, but I'm saying my observance. Remember, I can only speak for myself. I did mention that the 11 months that I've been at the commission, I have not experienced the so-called toxicity. And I would not know what emails you have, so it would be very difficult for me to say whether I have been quoted in those emails, because unfortunately I've not been privy thereto. But I have also mentioned that as a DC, what I would be looking at is the check-in. It's important to, from time to time, to talk to people, just understand how are you feeling, what is it we can do better in order to make this environment more conducive for you. You'll appreciate that we spend more time in our workspaces than we do at our home. So it is always important really to create that enabling environment that allows one to be able to speak to their seniors. And that is why I even said one would have to start with the secretariat. So you start with your senior members so that you are able to ensure that their approach is filtered down to even the other staff complement. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Advocate. I just want to make it very clear, it wasn't neither myself nor this committee that brought up the narrative of the internal problems. It was yourself. So you should be privy to what was actually happening there. I just have another question is, do you believe that you have the institutional knowledge in your 11 months, as you say? And I ask this because you're employed by the Suffrage Committee since January 2024. What makes you stand out that to be able to fulfill this duty as deputy?
Thank you so much. You will understand, Chairperson and honorable members, that in the commission, the information of years and years has been archived. This information is out there in the public domain where you are able to access it. But even better, now that I'm part of the commission, then I'm able to even access some of this information. So I would say to you, I have institutionalized knowledge of the information that is available in the commission, but I still believe that there's always room for improvement. And in also ensuring that I become a deputy chair that is doing the work properly. Obviously, for me, what is imperative is the leadership skills that I bring, which I've already said. Most importantly, it's your communications and your interpersonal skills in order to be able to deal with this complement of people that we have in the commission. I'm sure you'll appreciate that, as I've said, we are almost 200 as staff members. As DC, one would have to find a way, how do you get to know the different people, what their roles are, so that you can be able to understand whether they are fully capacitated. So it is not just that you'll know the information that is out there about the commission, but you also have to know the people that are serving this commission. And also, most importantly, which I've also mentioned, is just to make sure that whilst they engage in these inequalities, that sometimes stresses them about the very commission as to whether they're even meeting the mandate, especially when the notion is that the commission is not doing enough. Then you also allow them a space where they can debrief, and you bring proper resources that can assist them to work in that space optimally and really to the best of their abilities. And may I just say that I'm not advocate, but attorney. Thank you.
Apologies.
Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Brettenbach. Your mic.
Morning.
You're a full-time commissioner.
That's correct.
So you have a very impressive CV, and I assume that you wrote it.
That's correct.
We have limited time, each member, so I would like you to try and be a lot more concise in your answers than you were with the Honourable Klopper, please. I want to read for you from the professional summary of your CV. You say, I am an esteemed attorney with over 2 decades of distinguished practice, excelling across a broad spectrum of legal disciplines, renowned for my strategic acumen. I have adeptly managed and led a thriving law firm. My extensive governance experience includes serving on numerous boards encompassing NPOs, parastatals, and private enterprises. So you have, I'm sorry, and I can't glean from your CV how old you are. Would you forgive me for asking you that, please?
I'm actually 52.
52, so.
Yes.
So I'm an admirer of experience. I don't feel bad about being 52. You have a lot of experience in the legal field. On your own version, you are renowned for your strategic acumen, and you excel across a broad spectrum of legal disciplines. At 52, you have been around the block. You have a lot of life experience.
Mm-hmm.
And you've been at the Commission for 11 months. So I cannot accept for one moment that you're blissfully unaware of the problems at the Commission. The problems at the Commission are serious, they're palpable, and they are destroying the Commission. They are reducing it to an ineffective organ that's costing the state a lot of money and doing very little. You cannot be unaware of that. Not you. Maybe someone else, but not you. Do you agree?
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Member, I must just say that you must realize that firstly, I'm allocated to 2 provinces. Whilst, yes, I would from time to time also go to the Gauteng office, which is our national office, and I would work with a different staff complement in my focal areas that I've mentioned. And with the people that I've worked with, really I have not experienced that so-called toxicity. What I've realized is how people are eager to work. They want to contribute and just make a difference in our country. To an extent that, Honorable Member, we go as far as, looking at the tools that are there already, and we make time to amplify them.
I'm sorry, madam, you're a smart woman, you're not answering my question. Please answer my question.
I'm not sure what that means, Chairperson, but thank you for the accolade of being smart. But I do believe that I'm answering the question because you are talking about a situation that you are privy to. And similarly to what was said by Honorable Klopper, who said he's got tons and tons of emails with him, which I have not been privy to. I do not know.
I'm sorry. I have limited time. I explained that at the beginning. My question isn't about the administrative setup at the Human Rights Commission, not at all. That is not where the problem lies, and you and I both know it. The problem lies with the commissioners, of whom you are one. You know that this committee has investigated that situation. You know that that's what we're talking about. So please don't tell me about different provinces and the administrative component. It's completely irrelevant to my question, and I suspect that you're aware of it. But you've answered my question by obfuscating. My second question is this. If you want to be the deputy and you claim to be unaware of any problems at the Human Rights Commission, then how on earth can you suggest to the members sitting here today that you are suitable for that post? Thank you.
Thank you once more, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members. As commissioners, this cohort of commissioners, we work very well. We believe in collaboration. We realize how rights intersect. And from time to time, we work together in an environment really that is enabling. I must mention to you that we've even started what we call a war room, where Commissioner, our chairperson, Chris Nissen, is part thereof, myself, Commissioner Duli, as well as Commissioner Makwasha. Commissioner Makwasha is looking at gender issues, I'm looking at children issues, and of course, Commissioner Duli being involved because she's also a woman. But again, our chair, just by virtue of the fact that he's a chair. But that is not where we stop. With Commissioner Boshoff just the other day, and I'm sure if you have been to our website, you'd have seen this, honorable member, where I visited Free State, Commissioner Boshoff arranged for me to be able to engage with Mr. Pere from the Premier's office. This is what we do in an effort to just help each other. The other day when the racism issues were raised in Northwest, particularly in Hartebees, I was there to support Commissioner Malingozi, who's responsible for racism as a focal area, where I was there as a commissioner who's responsible for the province. So we work very well together. I do not know where you get the information from, but as this cohort of commissioners, we work very well together. And we realize how these rights will intersect, and we need to speak to each other from time to time.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kinana, is it your submission that you are not aware of any toxic working environment in the commission?
Chair, I'm really not aware if there's a toxic environment. I know there's a complaint, not that it's toxic.
Were you not part of the committee meeting with the commission
Chair, you recall
that
that
dealt with these kind of matters?
the part of the committee
Yes.
that dealt with a complaint, one complaint. I am the chair, I'm one of the commissioners that are dealing with a complaint, not that it's the entire commission that is complaining. It is one complaint.
Okay.
Where, Chair, may I just explain it? Where I've been requested to collate information from the different members of staff in that particular province, and to then bring it to the full cohort of commissioners for them then to decide, because of the initial document that was termed a purported investigation report, that I would term it.
Were you part of the meeting that was called by the chairperson with the staff of the commission, complaining about them submitting complaints to Parliament?
Chair, I have heard that, but I don't believe it is the entire, Chair, we've got 200, almost 200, 190 something
The
members.
question is,
Yes,
after the commission appeared in Parliament
Yes.
before us, the commission called a meeting with the staff, reprimanding them against submitting complaints to Parliament. So the question is, I don't know the merits of that thing. The question is, were you part of that meeting?
no, I don't believe I was part of that meeting where people were being reprimanded.
Okay.
I was part of a meeting where people were informed on how we fared here at Parliament, and that's how far I can take it. That's what I know.
If you are part of that meeting, did the chairperson not say to staff members that they are destroying the commission by complaining to Parliament?
In that meeting, where Chair, it was our first meeting that we had here in Parliament after, but we are not here physically. This was a meeting we had virtually when we were here in Cape Town, and we were told that it was no longer going to be a physical meeting. That was the meeting that I had attended. In that meeting, Chair, in fact, the staff members were echoing this view that next time when we prepare a report, can we also involve them so that they are able to showcase the good work that is being done at the commission? Because, Chair, some of the things that you spoke to, these are things that we are already doing. But I just believe that maybe we are just not doing enough to showcase our work that we do as the commission. Thank you.
Okay. Honorable Sali.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. I'm not sure if I must say learned colleague, as being an advocate and yourself being an attorney. Indeed, your curriculum vitae is impressive. And I'm sure that you're passionate about being the best possible Deputy Commissioner or to work in the Commission to the best of your ability. However, would you say that you would place the members of your Commission and the work above the duties and position that this responsibility entails? Because what I have noticed in your interview is that your focus wasn't on the duties and the responsibilities of this position that is being applied for, but your focus has been more upon defending the Commission and those that you are working with. Do you understand what I'm asking you? What is more important to you? The people that you work with, it feels like you're protecting certain entities. What are you going to be placing first? The duties and responsibilities of the position that you are applying for, or the people that you are working with? Thank you.
I don't think that anyone can be making a choice between the staff complement as well as the commissioners that one is working with. If I become the DC, I should be able to bring all my leadership skills, which will entail being a leader in the event chair is not there, but at the same time to support the chairperson in ensuring that our strat plan that we have already mapped out is adhered to, in always ensuring that you've got meetings where you allow people to be able to voice out their whether challenges that they might be having or even complaints. And that is why I called it a check-in policy that I would want to have. So I am not trying to protect anyone. I'm telling the portfolio committee chairperson about what I have experienced. You'll appreciate that our offices exist in all 9 provinces. And I'm not dealing with all issues with regard to human rights. We have allocated each other different focal areas. And obviously, I would not have an opportunity to deal with everybody when you take that into consideration. But with where I have been, I must say that the staff has been very cordial and we have worked very together. And our goal has been about the commission. It is not about commissioners, it is not about the staff, but it's about the commission. And this is where usually our chairperson will say, one commission, one plan. And that's how we have proceeded. And that is why I must just mention that, maybe I forgot to mention, that as DC, how I think I would play a pivotal role is when we have our annual performance plan being drafted, we all come together in one space where we can make sure that the focal area commissioners are able to drive how the plan is going to be meted out, but at the same time in consultation with the staff complement, so that we make sure that everybody is able to do their work, but not encroaching on each other's space. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Nomvalo.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Judge Kinana. Can I address you as a judge? Once a judge, always a judge. Good morning. Commissioner Kinana, good morning.
Good morning, Honorable Member.
Okay, do you agree with me if I say the scourge of the violation of human rights in our society at large is not only catastrophic, but it is rife in the presence of the Human Rights Commission? Do you agree with me when I say that?
I will agree with you. And if you would like me to elaborate.
Just briefly.
Yes. Just having seen how the situation is in Stelfontein, we were told is unfolding, which we had to monitor ourselves with regard to the minors and how, we were told that the right to food, which is enshrined in terms of Section 27 of the Constitution, healthcare, is being violated. The fact that one is a criminal, which is the notion that has been pushed out there, is that when you're a criminal, then you don't have rights. But unfortunately, our Constitution is very clear. It does not apply only to those that are doing good, but it applies across the board. Thank you.
Okay. Following our common perspective, do you agree with me when I say the Human Rights Commission is one of the most underperforming commissions, which is found wanting and whose presence is not felt by the ordinary citizens who are on the receiving end of the human rights violations in South Africa? Do you agree with me when I say that? Please try to be brief when you respond, because we still have a long way to go.
Thank you so much. And I tried to address it in my initial opening remarks to say maybe we don't showcase our work enough. And that is why you'd not know how we have touched certain lives of people, that are marginalized in our communities. We are doing a lot of work, but I have realized that those don't get to be told, because this would have been dealt with maybe by the commission in the complaints handling procedure, and that would end it there. It would seem that matters that get to court are the ones that seems to get more publicity, and maybe this is where the shortcomings are, to an extent that as DC, if I'm appointed, then I wanted to ensure that we create a space where this information is more out there in the public domain. Because at the moment, we go to the most remote areas and we try and ensure that even those people experience what the human rights that are being experienced by those that are in urban areas. I mean, like your Cape Town or even in Johannesburg. We are trying to do our best in ensuring that we go to those remote areas. And as I mentioned previously, I mean, areas like Murukweng, you know, your Bray areas, these are areas that we have visited just in an effort to ensure that we bring that service to the people. But unfortunately, exactly those stories, unless you talk to me, you do not know that same has been done.
Okay. No. According to me, it's not about the lack of showcasing. It's about the lack of efficiency and the lack of effectiveness. Like I'm saying, you are unknown. Your existence as the Human Rights Commission is unknown, you know, in the broader society. Now, do you know what section 184 subsection 2 says of the Constitution?
Yes, I believe this it talks about our mandate, 184.
Yeah, 184 subsection 2. What does it say?
I think it talks about us, the education that we should continuously do in order to ensure that we capacitate our communities. Just one of them. I think it's D.
Yeah, no, A talks about, gives you a responsibility to investigate, you know, the human rights violations and so on. Now, you have failed to execute that subsection, and I'll tell you why. We have failed to address dismally the issue of language in South Africa, of the recognition of language. Do you agree with me when I say English is a foreign language?
I agree with you, Honorable Member. And I must say that in terms of my focal area, which is civil and political rights, I'm currently working with PESLAB as well as the Khoisan communities. And I've also realized that there's other, I think it's Amapondo Mise, they've also then agreed that we can have an Indaba. The reason being that we want to ensure the recognition of those languages, but at the same time to just ensure that there's preservation of...
No. I think you've made your point. There's a language called Ispaca, from where I come from. There's a language called sign language. One, Ispaca has not been recognized as an official language to date. English is mostly preferred than an indigenous language, which is Isipaca. Two, the deaf people are precluded from experiencing the full discharge of service delivery because in many public institutions, there are no translators to which they can speak, to which they can lodge their complaints, to which they can make their requests on service delivery related matters. And the Human Rights Commission has absolutely done nothing in that regard. We have not done even an investigation. We have not compiled even a report. You have not made even recommendations. And you come here and tell me that you have been effective and you have touched the lives of the people, whereas we have failed to address the most critical and sensitive issues in society.
Thank you, Honorable Member. It's unfortunate that you would not have been privy to a plan that we have actually come up with, particularly in preservation of languages. And after having realized that there is actually a complaint with regard to deaf people, how even in healthcare services, they are not, their voices are not amplified for the simple reason that the doctor would not be understanding sign language. Now, from our side, particularly persons with disabilities, this is what we are looking at. And that is why I said to you, in fact, you raised this at the time when I just recently had a conversation with the Korean Sun people, pen slap, where I've already made my contribution when they also had an engagement. All this is in an effort to ensure that the languages that seems to have not been catered for are being realized. This is my focal area, fortunately, and this is something that I would want to see ultimately happening, and we are working on it. Yes, there are no recommendations currently. Remember, honorable member, you don't just start by recommending. You start by doing an investigation, because at least I be accused of just coming up with a narrative, but without having proper evidence that has been compiled. So, honorable member, one would have to ensure that you collate the information so that I can speak with authority on issues like your isipaca. I must be able to find the people. I must be able to get information, more information of it. And that is why I can tell you now, with Koyi and San, I've already been told there are so many dialects.
No, I got your point. And,
Thank you.
To me, your point is advanced, to say the least, because this is 30 years after democracy. We can't be hell-bent and be dilly-dallying on investigations, which we have not even started. You tell me the process that you must investigate and so on. 30 years after democracy. So the institution, or this Chapter 9 institution, does not know what it must do. It is found wanting. It doesn't know its responsibilities. And you've been given an opportunity to be part of it, and you want us to give you another opportunity. It means you want us to recycle around mediocrity. Then the last point, you have been an attorney, you have dealt with MVA matters, so you would understand this much better. In the hospitals, Section 27, which is the right to healthcare, is violated on a daily basis. There are mothers who lose their children through medical negligence on a day-to-day basis, and the state suffers a lot of money through claims which are done against the Department of Health. But that is not my interest. My interest is on the medical negligence part, which violates the right to health care. Have you ever done an investigation on that as the Human Rights Commission?
Thank you so much, honorable member. Maybe I must just go back to the initial point. As Human Rights Commission, you have rightly pointed me out to Section 184, subsection 2, which spells out our powers and that are regulated by the national legislation that are necessary to perform our functions. And amongst others, they include A, firstly, you have to investigate and to report to the observance of human rights. And B, you take steps to secure appropriate redress where human rights have been violated. And C, you carry out research. And ultimately, you then educate, honorable member. So you cannot just go and make recommendations. And I don't believe this is mediocre. It's definitely not that we are reciting mediocrity here. In fact, what we are doing is what is spelled out in the Constitution. Unless you give us different powers, honorable member, and say from ours.
No, but you are abusing the platform now because you are peripheral and you are not responding to my question. I'm asking about the violation of Section 27. Within that constitutional order that you have outlined, that constitutional process, have you done anything?
Okay, wait. Honorable, that is your last point. The question is, if I'm not sure if you understand it.
No, I was coming to it, Chair.
During this time of medical liability cases, which in his view are tampering with the right to health or access to health or whatever the case may be. So what has been, in your own knowledge, the impact that the Commission has made in trying to curb that.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. But I was coming to that. It's just that honorable member decided to interject before time. But I had to respond to what he called mediocrity, which is important for me to say that it's definitely not mediocre, what we are doing. With regard to Section 27, it is one of our focal areas, and there's a commissioner that is actually allocated to. And, when we do monitoring, then we go to these different hospitals. And our intention is to collect information, which information we then use ultimately when we have a hearing. So, honorable member and chairperson and honorable members, really, it is because, in the Constitution, it's outlined how we should operate. We cannot just simply go to court, but we are supposed to collect information, or else we're going to be blown out of court, and we will then be bombarded with cost, which is not something that one would want for the commission. So we carefully assess matters, which is again also in section 184, in fact, at subsection 1C, it says exactly that we must monitor and assess the observance of human rights. And then we'll be able to take people to a hearing. In terms of section 15, we'll be able to call them to a subpoena hearing where we ask for reports, what has been done to ensure that we capacitate doctors. In fact, just yesterday, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, I had a hearing with the Department of Health in Northwest, where unfortunately, the person that was before me was an acting HOD. And this is one of the gaps that we are going to reflect in our reports, that every time people are just acting, they're not really given the authority to be able to take decisions in the spaces where they occupy. The room was full of a lot of officials, and most of them were saying acting positions. But that being said, we were talking to issues such as capacitating hospitals, the infrastructure in this hospital, the fact that, people are saying the very hospitals or clinics are not accessible, or there's lack of medication. These are issues that they were giving us plans on what is it that they've come up with in order to ensure that same is being dealt with. Moses Kotane Chair, I was told, it actually services about 49 clinics, which is really a lot. But they're saying they're doing the best once the clinics, the hospital itself is not even being used optimally because the number of people have moved away. But with regard to medical negligence, we see how it can be resolved is when you capacitate hospitals with enough doctors, with the equipment, Chair. You would find that the machine that is being used to test the heartbeat of a child, I can't remember, is it the OCG? You find that it's only one to service the entire hospital, or it's not working. Now the poor nurses have to palpate with their hands. These are some of the challenges that we have been told about, which we are reflecting, but at the same time, once we compile the report, it will then reflect how far we have gone and where we have really made inroads. I must say that I was very happy with a hospital that houses persons with disabilities in Zanini, where people are kept there that would never be able to leave the hospital and go to their homes. It was almost a life acid situation because there was no water at a certain point when Limpopo Provincial Office went to monitor. But I can tell you now that the situation at least has improved. The hospital is very clean. There's electricity there. There's water. And they also do have challenges of people that are acting in their positions. But at least they're able to do good. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Dana.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Kinana, good morning.
Morning.
I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I just want to take you back to the perceived problems at the Human Rights Commission. Now, you've said that you are not aware of any toxicity or a toxic environment at the Human Rights Commission. I'll accept that, though I think there's semantics at play there. But we have, as Honourable Klopper has stated, we as a committee have received numerous emails about complaints, especially from staff members, about the commission. So I'm telling you that now. And most of those complaints center around the chairperson of the commission. So I'm asking you if you were to be appointed as deputy chairperson of the commission, and a member of the committee or the committee, and I don't want to talk on behalf of the committee, comes to you and tells you this is the situation, how would you handle that? And I just want to say as background, all of us we listened to the recording of that meeting after the appearance of the commission in front of the committee a few weeks ago, which you also attended, the appearance and the online meeting, where the staff were told that, and I don't want to quote the chair wrongly, but it's basically unacceptable for staff to send complaints directly to the committee. And I must say, once again, I'm not talking on behalf of the committee, but I was not impressed with that meeting. So if you were to be appointed, how would you handle that given what I've told you now?
Thank you so much, Honorable Member. From my side, it would mean one would have to use all the skills that you have in order to get to the bottom of the problem. As I've already said, one would still need to investigate what could be the cause of these problems, and of course, get counsel on how you'd deal with this matter. Regard being heard to the fact that I'm not a person that is qualified to deal with the psychological matters or even, to assist people in that regard. But I believe that as a commission, we have come up with a number of projects such as Your Shine, which I think can be used, because sometimes you find that the toxicity could be as a result of different backgrounds that we have as a people, which are a reality in South Africa. They continue, to exist, and they cause these inequalities that we still have in our country. So I would definitely have to consult in order to know exactly how to deal with each and every situation. But I've already said that I believe in listening more than talking, because sometimes you'd be able to resolve a number of issues by listening more, just giving people a voice, to allow their voices to be amplified, because sometimes it could just be something that you can resolve by just giving a hearing. As for the engagement that was held with the chairperson, really at that time, I did not hear. If I was there, I don't know, but you'll understand that with virtual, it can invite you and you can find yourself you're in, but you are really not in the meeting. But I did not attend a meeting where Chair said that. If that's what Chair said, then I would say that it was not proper, because the staff must be allowed to speak out any problems that they have. They must be allowed to use this platform. In any event, we as the Human Rights Commission are answerable to this portfolio committee. So we should be brought to book if there's any challenges that exist in the commission, and the portfolio committee hopefully can assist to resolve the problems.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, my second question, I just want to take you back to our basic human rights. Section 24 of the Constitution guarantees all of us the right to an environment that's not harmful to our health or well-being. Yet, local government are one of the biggest violators when it comes to especially that human right, with sewage flowing into our drinking water, especially in the rural areas, sewage, basically people drowning in sewage. And it is it's my opinion, and I think it's a general opinion, that the Human Rights Commission has not done enough and has not acted strongly enough to ensure that municipalities are brought to book for exactly that. So how would you address that problem? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Member. Yes, you are right. Everyone has got the right to sanitation. And I must tell you that when we do monitoring, we would have included even different areas. And I've already been privy to Northern Cape, where you've got sewage that is just running. You even think it's a dam, and I was told it's actually a storage. We have done our monitoring there. We are busy with our report. In Morukweng, as I was passing one of the schools, there was just a sewage that was running there. Our other commissioners as well have had that opportunity to go to areas where they same. Now the idea, Honorable Member and Chairperson, is we will then bring these reports together, like what we have done recently. We just had our RDP houses report produced. So you don't want to produce a report just for one province. We want to try, and especially where the problem seems to be a national crisis, like the issue of water. We want to produce a report that is comprehensive, that is able to speak to almost all the areas, at least the ones where we have been able to reach. So in fact, according to us, it's definitely a violation of human rights, and we are on a path to ensure that we bring the local government to book, where we will then have our hearing, and of course, ultimately to, if they don't adhere, we can then take the matter to court, whilst we're still trying to find our feet in terms of whether we've got binding powers or not. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Mutau.
Thanks, Chair, for the opportunity. Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning.
Commissioner, you are given an opportunity to serve the Human Rights Commission currently. And I disagree with you when you are saying you don't know the current state of the commission. We all know what is happening. As the portfolio committee, we have a responsibility to work hard and assist the Human Rights Commission. Then secondly, you applied, okay, you avail yourself to serve as the deputy chair of the commission. What is it that you can do differently when you are given an opportunity to be the deputy chair that you can't do currently when you have opportunity to serve as a commissioner in that commission?
Thank you so much, Honorable Member. Honorable Member, Section 5 is very clear on being a deputy chairperson. In fact, in the absence of the chair, the deputy chair then becomes the chairperson. And of course, when the deputy chair is not available, any other commissioner, after the commissioners have voted, would then become the chairperson. So it is important to say that if I become, my role as a commissioner vis-a-vis that of a deputy chair can never be the same. So when you are a commissioner, you are part of a collective, but you are not the authority. You're not the accounting officer. So you recall that with regard to chairperson, he would be more in touch with the secretariat and as well as the DC, of course. But what I would do differently as a deputy commissioner, I've already spoken about the number of leadership skills that I think I possess, and what I would do differently is just to ensure that I bring those skills in order to try and ensure that the environment is conducive for people to work in, but also just to look at, as I said, the different strengths that people have and their weaknesses, whilst you also capacitate them. I've realized how sometimes people can feel almost inferior because maybe they feel that others are doing far better than they are. And one can only circumvent that by ensuring that you capacitate them. A lot of training, ensure that you create this enabling environment where people just want to grow in order to serve. And also just to try and assist people to focus on the goal. You already have a purpose, but your purpose must be goal-driven. Thank you so much.
I agree with you, Commissioner, when you are saying you will try to bring conducive environment in the institution. May you please try and outline few examples of those conducive environment you will try to bring in the institution?
You will note, Honorable Member, that we have already reported that we recognize a trade union. So amongst others, just having a union and also realizing that there are those that don't belong to a union that will still also have their voices being amplified. But also just looking at the different policies that exist in the commission, whether it's sexual harassment policies and even the grievance policy on how one would have to lodge their complaint. And just to cultivate a spirit where people understand that they need to exhaust their internal processes, which is echoed really by courts. You would not approach CCMA until you have exhausted your internal processes. But most importantly, Honorable Member, is to really ensure that there's education and people use the bursary that is afforded by the Human Rights Commission to capacitate themselves so that they can be the best version of themselves. Thank you so much.
Only two questions, Chair. One, in your leadership role as a commissioner, please explain how will you assist the chairperson and the CEO to promote respect, inclusivity, and foster open communication between the commissioners and the secretariat. That is the first one. The second one is please outline your vision for Human Rights Commission over the next 5 years and identify one of your key goals as the Deputy Chair. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Member. So with regards to the first one, I believe that in a way you are the shadow of the chair. But from time to time, the chair and I would encourage that we sit around the table where we talk about the different areas that we'd want to ensure that we improve, and having agreed upon that, would be able to move forward. Now, respect is earned, and respect must always be done both ways. And respect can only be achieved if you are able to listen to each other, whether it is in meetings or even when somebody is echoing a complaint. You should be able to allow people a space to be able to echo their complaints or their concerns. So as a DC, how I see it is constant meetings that you need to have with the secretariat, that is particularly the CEO, where you look at your strat plan and you look at whether are you able to achieve that which you said you want to achieve. We have just recently said, in fact, when we came in the commission, amongst others, we had agreed that we wanted to be visible, we want to be impactful, but of course we want to ensure that there's accessibility. And that is why I myself would advocate for having more offices, even satellite offices, but also using the other spaces like in Northwest for one, we've got a WhatsApp number that people can use to lodge their complaints. We also have the complaints handling procedure. It is on the website. That is for those that are able to access it. So, but I would create an environment that really allows communication at all times. And I will bring my interpersonal skills, which I believe will be valuable for our relationship with the chairperson, as well as the CEO, in ensuring that we foster a force to be reckoned with, where, you know, the secretariat can have the trust that commissioners are there to support them. I must just say that as commissioners, this is what we have said we want to do, is to support our secretariat, to support the provincial offices with an effort to make sure that the work of the commission is being done. And on the second question, for my 5-year plan, if I become the deputy chairperson, firstly, one would have to work at these notions that are out there. One would have to look at, for one, as it has been said, we are nowhere to be found. We are not known. So obviously visibility becomes important. It has already been said, we are not impactful. Now, one would have to work exactly on that, but informed by what the Act says we should do. So not that we are going to act ultra-vires, we will still have to follow what the Act says we must do, and we will ensure that we do exactly that. So that is my idea. So as we start, we will look at just what we have termed via your visibility, your impact, as well as just accessibility, because we have noted how there's a misunderstanding of what our mandate is as a commission. In fact, it would seem people think that we are police officers. Others even think that we can even grant compensation orders, you know, when they approach us. Just the other day in Hartebees, they thought that by us coming there to collate information on issues of racism, we're also going to assist with the rebuilding of one of the establishment that was burned down. So education becomes very important, research, change policies, and really, if I'm going to still retain my focus area, it is what I've mentioned with regard to an act that will be dealing with persons with disabilities, instead of just having snips of where they are accommodated, but to realize that they are a people themselves and needs to be protected. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Tsotetsi.
Thank you, and thank you, Chairman, and good morning, Mekunan.
Good morning, honorable member.
Mekunan, you know, we had interviews day before yesterday of filling the vacancy of a commissioner. Today we have an interview of a commissioner filling the vacancy of the deputy chair. I think you would obviously know that line of questioning would be different. Now, because of what is happening in the commission, which honorable members would have mentioned, do you understand that if this committee can make a recommendation of a wrong person to fill the deputy chair position, this committee will have failed. Now, Commissioner Kinana, do you hold honesty as one of your values as a person? And then that is the first question. Do you have any instance that you can recall where your honesty has been tested? And can you share with us how in that instance have you been able to remain rigid as an honest person and demonstrate your honesty in that particular instance?
Thank you, Honourable Member. It would be amiss of this committee to really appoint a wrong person. I would not want that for the commission. And if I'm not the right candidate, by all means, I would not really want to be appointed. But if you are of the opinion that I'm the right candidate, then I will do my best to serve in that space as the deputy chair. So I would say to the committee, of course, to assess and do its best.
No, Commissioner, that was not the question. I was just putting it out to you that we have that burden of getting a right person. Now, what is to you is issues around the honesty which I've put to you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I just thought that I should not allow it to pass me by once I have the opportunity to speak to it. The second issue with regard to my honesty, you must realize that it is important that you remain honest at all the time. And of course, if you know something, then you know it. Why should one not be able to say something about it? Now, you want to push a narrative to say that I am aware of toxicity environment. Let me tell you how we work at the commission. Firstly, I have got an RA, which is a research advisor, who I work closely with, as well as my PA, which is my professional assistant. So these are the people that I communicate with on a daily basis. I wake up in the morning, there's already a WhatsApp, or there's an email from them to say, Commissioner, this is what we are looking at for the day. So this is how my day would be unfolding, firstly with them on board. Not only that, we've got plans, we've got APPs that we had set for ourselves. And one is moving around the entire country in order to ensure that you look at violation of human rights. I'm not in a situation, Honourable Member, where I sit in the office in Gauteng. I'll probably go there if there's an engagement that I need to do. For instance, the other day, I went there because I had a Section 11 meeting. When I get there, I meet the security guard, the receptionist, and then I'm in the office with my PA and my RA, and members that are there as members of my committee. So I'm not sure where one would then be seeing this toxicity that it is spoken about. But if it does exist, I believe once you're a deputy chair, you should be able to see it if you are in that space. I believe that the deputy chair will probably have to be there on a daily basis in the office, and one will be able to then engage the members of staff.
Sorry, I'm confused. I don't know which question is the commissioner answering.
Maybe you can remind her of the question.
I was honestly lost. I did not know which one. The question is, do you value honesty as one of your values, or do you hold honesty as one of your values as an individual? Do you have any instance which you can recall wherein your honesty was tested? And how did you react to that instance? I have not asked about the toxicity and anything.
I had to elaborate, but in case you have missed it, I must repeat myself and say I do hold honesty in high regard. As a member of the honorable profession, that is important at all times. And even where my honesty was tested, I remained exactly that honest. This is me. I'm being honest about it. This is something that I know for a fact. And I'm saying to you, one would have to go into the details. And because I know that you are pushing a narrative that says that I have been aware, but I'm trying to show you that for one to have been aware of a toxic environment that you're speaking about, one would have to be in the space at all times to be able to see what is really happening. But if you're gonna come in for just an hour and then you leave, you might miss a number of things. But I'm saying as deputy chair, if I am appointed, which I'm not sure if you understood me when I explained it earlier, and that's what I was speaking to say, if I'm appointed, then I'll be obliged to be in that space. And one would then be able to then say, how do we address the issues that are in there? So I hope this is not confusing you, honorable member, once more. Thank you.
I think the question is, have you ever been confronted with a situation where your honesty is tested? Now, the last part of it says, how did you then react to that?
I did say, honorable chair, I remained honest. I remained honest.
Okay,
And
that's
I had to use an example that I could not shy away from, honorable chair, for the simple reason that I understand where the question is coming from. The question has everything to do with what is happening in the commission, which I've already explained myself. And the honorable member seems to think that I'm not answering the question. I've already answered the question, and in simple terms to say, I hold honesty in high regard, and if I'm tested, I'll remain honest about the situation that I know of. Remember, this has to do with my subjective test, which is my knowledge of something. It's
Yeah,
not what objectively is being spoken about.
Perhaps what we are expecting in this question, you understand it differently. I would have thought that you would refer me to a particular instance where your honesty has been tested, which is fine. Let's take it that we will not get that kind of an answer from you. Now, Commissioner, have you ever found yourself in a space where you've had to challenge the authority? Where you would have to challenge the authority based on the wrongs that have been done by the authority? Have you ever find yourself in such a space?
I'm not sure in which space this would be as a commissioner or this would have been in my other life.
No, just yourself. Remember, you are a commissioner. We are not trying to interview as a commissioner. We're trying to check if the person that we are bringing as a deputy chair can be able to withstand the pressures and assist the commission to actually progress in the execution of its mandate. Now, you would obviously have a person above you in that space. Do you have a history of saying, any person that is above me, not in the commission, any person who is above me is doing something wrong and I'm obliged to challenge this thing that is wrong that this person is doing? And then if you have found yourself in that kind of an environment, may you take us into confidence on what it was about, and then how did you ultimately fare on it?
Thank you so much. I've served in a number of structures in my lifetime. Amongst others, I have been in the Saula Northwest PEC, which is the Provincial Executive Committee, and where I found myself being in conflict with authority, where authority would have taken a decision without consultation with the rest of us as PEC members. I did have such a situation where I dealt with it in this manner. Firstly, I raised it in a meeting, which was then ventilated upon, and obviously one would have to support your statement why you are of the opinion that something has been done wrong, and this would have been informed by our constitution, which was guiding us on how we should operate. The fact that a decision that is taken by a chairperson in that committee, it is a decision for all of us, and therefore a chairperson cannot just take a decision alone, but it has to be in consultation with everyone. So how I dealt with it, I just simply go to the constitution and alluded to the sections which speaks to how we should operate as the PEC, which then assisted us in moving forward. And that way, Honorable Chairperson, it then assisted us in having a decision that was all-inclusive, but also a decision that has been taken by all the members of that committee, which was the right thing to do.
Thank you for that answer. Basically, the yes and no aspect of it is that you are not afraid to confront authority should it be wrong in conduct.
Yes.
No, thank.
I always say I'm guided by what the law says. You'll understand that from the premise I come from, whatever I do, I will always have to refer. So it is helping me a lot in order to ensure that I show what is the foundation of my argument.
Now, how do you understand the relation, what is the ideal and acceptable way in which the relation between the administrative component of the commission, which would be the secretariat, how is it supposed to be with the commissioners? And I'm not talking about your PA or people you interact with on a daily basis, those who share WhatsApps with you know, that you have mentioned.
Yes.
I'm talking about the very senior people at the commission who are responsible or who are answerable to the administrative responsibilities of the commission. How do you think that as per the law, the relationship between them and yourselves as commissioners is supposed to be? Has it been that way? If it has not been that way, is there anything that would have been done by any of, by you as a commissioner to try and strive for proper coherence amongst all these important role players in the commission? And I from there, I think I'm going to have a last question and then, yeah.
Thank you so much, Honorable Member. So I believe the relationship should be cordial and it should really be informed by the policies that we have set for ourselves on how to operate. What we have been doing currently, we've got monthly meetings that is between ourselves as commissioners as well as the secretariat, where we discuss the different departments in the constitution just to ensure that everything is operating smoothly. And they would then bring their reports, which reports from time to time we really appreciate, and we then ask our questions where that is concerned in an effort to ensure that if there's anything that is not done properly, then it is then rectified. So this is what we've been doing, and what we also noted was that there were no committees. And we then, I must say that I also had echoed that we need to have committees. So committees are also important. That will speak to things like your human resource, your risk management, your internal audit, and so forth. So we have made sure that those are there, and I would want that to continue. But at the same time, to ensure that commissioners play a pivotal role in those different spaces, because as commissioners, the truth is we all bring different skills to the fore. We are not all having similar skills, so we would be able to impart our knowledge in the different spheres where we'll be involved. So meeting monthly, that is a standing meeting, but again, I would want to see more meetings, you know, even if it means weekly meetings, just to be able to see where we are, checking on our APPs, so that we don't wait until end of the year and then we realize that we have not met our APPs. But we try and engage in order to assist each other, how best we can be able to ensure that there's proper coherence that is between ourselves as well as the Secretariat. So strat plan becomes very important in talking about it, and where we think it is falling short, we try and enhance it until such time that it's best practice.
Just the last one. Honorable members would have told you about the complaint, which was also accompanied by a recording that we've had. That complaint says that you commissioners called a meeting, probably the chair called a meeting. It makes no mention of the involvement of the acting CEO in the convening of that meeting, who in any environment such as yours, I believe that the workers at that level would have to be convened through the CEO. Now, will you as a deputy chairperson attend such a meeting, which is convened on the ground of disrespecting the order of things, that you must be, the CEO is the one that is supposed to convene the staff and so forth, and then you have a situation where the chairperson just wakes up and then take a loudspeaker, all of you staff come. Will you be able to attend such a meeting? This is you now as a deputy chair.
Maybe you can just ignore the loudspeaker part.
Yeah. Firstly, I believe that all meetings that must be held with the staff, they must be communicated with the Secretariat, especially the acting Chief Executive Officer. And that is why even after I was given the mandate to investigate a complaint in KZN, the first person that I went to was, in fact, the then CEO, Mr. Mkhize, where we explained to him, Commissioner Gungubele and I, we explained to him that we have been requested to collate information. So by doing that, it was in an effort to show our respect and also realize that as the CEO, he's the one that is responsible for our staff complement. Now, I would not want to attend such a meeting if I was not made aware that the Secretariat is not going to be there. Unless if the meeting was communicated, I'll probably find myself in that meeting.
Just the last one. Now, you speak about attending to a complaint in KZN. When you said you only know of one complaint, which one were you talking about?
That is the only complaint that I'm aware of. That is the KZN complaint, which I did say that I'm part of the committee, and this is what we have also submitted to Parliament that Commissioner Gungubele and I have been requested to go and collate information, which information will be brought to the commissioners.
Okay, thank you. Wait, Honorable Bredenbach, because you are leaving, so we'll give you a quick bite.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to be late for my next meeting, but nevertheless. Madam, one quick question. Were you at the meeting of the 4th of November? It was held online. All staff were present, and I'm told you were online at that time.
As I did say, unfortunately, our systems are made in such a way that it invites you, and if for some reason it allows you in, if you are not already on another meeting. But on the 3rd of November, I wish I can have my diary. I think I was in Limpopo.
Madam, I didn't ask you where you were.
No, I
asked
want
you
to-
if you were in that meeting. It's a virtual meeting.
I might have been in the meeting, but I wasn't physically, or I wasn't really listening in the meeting. What it does, the system, it allows us, please allow me to explain, please allow me to
Absolutely not.
explain,
Chair.
Honorable Chairperson.
Wait,
Please,
let's
can I be allowed to finish?
Let's do like this. Let's do
The
like
question is
this.
clear. And the commissioner keeps on not answering questions and talking and talking and talking. She uses the most incredible amount of words. And she does
Yes.
not answer the question. I said, were you in the meeting? It's a yes or no.
Were you in the meeting, Commissioner?
Chair, what it does, the system is if you have been invited, it would show that you are in a meeting. Why? Because you are going to get the recording of the meeting. So that's how our system has been made to an extent that.
I think, Commissioner, you
But
are
I
trying,
was
you are trying
not-
to be economic with this question. Because there is no way, if we are all using virtual platforms
Yes,
where we all receive the link of the same meeting,
yes.
but you can't be shown as attending if you did not log in and enter into the meeting. So it's possible, not a reality, that because you were sent a link, then it may be shown as though that you were part of the meeting. Remember, when you receive a link, you press to the link at the time of the meeting for you to be accepted by the admin or the host. So the question is, were you part of the meeting of the 4th of November?
Chair, there were several meetings on that day. There was the meeting of us as commissioners with the chair. There was also a meeting with the secretariat, I think. And there was also a meeting with the staff complement.
Which
right?
one were you part of?
So I was part of the chairperson's meeting. I was the part of the secretariat meeting. I'm trying to look through my my notes. It shows that I might have also joined, but I was not physically in the meeting because I was not listening in. On the day, Chair, I was doing monitoring in Limpopo. I remember that for a fact.
Okay.
So probably I would have joined, but I was not part of the meeting.
Okay.
Because remember, Chair, we would have to also participate in the meeting.
No, that's not the issue. You may enter the meeting without saying a word.
But usually,
You
Chair
may
would
enter the
insist.
meeting without adopting the agenda. But you not doing a direct participation does not really mean that you were not part of the meeting.
Well, it's
The
our
only,
system.
the only weakness is, if the meeting is online, anything that is, it's a recorded meeting.
Yes.
Anything that appears to be Mr. Tsotetsi, Miss Mutaung and stuff, are people who are in attendance of the meeting. Now, the issue of the participation there of doing other things whilst in the meeting is a different thing. It's a complete different thing. So we take it that you're part of the meetings, it's fine. I think it's sorted now.
you.
We're going to give
Chair,
you,
may I just say this?
Okay, let's
It
allow
is-
you.
Our system is done in such a way that it says all commissioners.
Which system to use?
I don't know what is it
If
called.
it's Zoom or Teams, which system
It
do you
is
use?
Teams.
It is Teams.
It says
We
it
are using the
invites,
same Teams. There is no differently made Teams for the commission.
it invites all commissioners, Chair.
Yes,
It
we
does.
agree.
It will even populate and send you the AI information after a while. So even if you were not at the meeting, for the fact that you were invited in that meeting, it will allow you to still be privy to the recording, which unfortunately I've not listened to because I did not think it was important.
Okay,
at that
no, we
stage.
get it. We get it, Commissioner
Yes.
Duli.
Thank you.
Let's
Not in
start.
Duli, Chair, not in Duli.
Oh, Commissioner Kinana.
Yes, Chair.
No, let's take Advocate Sally, then come to you. Unless you are protesting against females.
Honourable Commissioner, I'm just going to further this particular question with regard to Teams and Zoom, etc., because you have to actually physically go in. You're not just automatically going to go in. Do you accept that?
Well, maybe with your system, but I'm saying in our system, I'm even able to get information even where I was not really part of it. But because I was invited, it allows me to still have that information. So it's unfortunate that I would not
Honourable
be able to
Commissioner,
show
the
you.
question is simple. I'm very good and clued up where it comes to aspects of digital,
Yes.
Teams, etc. You would have had to book yourself in to show that you are online and that you are present, even if you were doing hundreds of other things at the time. But Honourable Commissioner, you also noted earlier on when the question was asked by Honourable Breitenbach that you are alert to the fact that Teams, etc., is recorded.
Yes.
And you are in a position at a later stage, if you were not attentive to that meeting, to go and listen to that meeting.
Yes.
So it is your duty and would have been your responsibility once you book online to make sure that you go and listen to these meetings because obviously it is important. And your role as a commissioner is important and you cannot afford to miss out. Is it correct that you would have been trying to tackle many aspects at the same time and seeing yourself as present in these meetings, but in actual fact you were not present holistically? Short.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Member, I must just say, from the first meeting that was held on the day, it was to relay what had transpired in Parliament. So these were the commissioners. After it was the Secretariat, and I believe the third meeting was then with the full complement of the staff. So obviously, from the first meeting, I was physically present because I needed to contribute. But already, even in the second meeting, I did say that I was already in an engagement. So I had to excuse myself at a certain point. But if I also joined the other meeting, maybe it was without me realizing. Maybe I did press, I'm not sure. But from my side,
Honourable
what I know
Commissioner.
is I would still get the recording.
Exactly, you got the recording. Whose responsibility and duty is it to go listen to those recordings?
As I said, Honorable Member, the first meeting, it was to say the information that's going to be relayed to the Secretariat is what transpired in Parliament. In the Secretariat meeting, I attended partly, and that was the information that was related. And my belief was that even further down, the information that was just being relayed was that this is how it went. Parliament still wants us to come back on the 29th, but with a better report, which speaks to all the issues which already we had been told, even by our staff complement, to say we are not showcasing enough our work. Please, next time when you go to Parliament, allow us the space to contribute.
Commissioner, the question is just short. Your duty is a duty of care. and it is your duty to go listen to the recordings. The long-winded story that you're providing to this portfolio, it's not acceptable. With your CV and your impressive CV that you've provided and your experience, I would have expected a better response. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Sally. Honorable Nomvalo.
Thank you very much, Chair. No, I think my follow-up emanates from all the questions.
As long as you know a follow-up, one.
No, it emanates from all the questions which have been raised and the responses thereto. The overall conclusion which I make is that you are a dishonest person. And two, you are so secretive, I don't know for what reason. Because the issue of the Human Rights Commission, the instability therein, has been an issue that is in the public domain as we speak. It's an open secret. But you come here and want to play some kind of a hide and seek, you know. I don't understand for what reason. Should we be worried about your dishonesty? Should we be worried that when we appoint you, you will come here and mislead this committee on what is happening in the commission?
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I'm not being honest, as I have said to you, and maybe this is also informed by my background as a legal practitioner, is one would speak on evidence.
I'm not sure if it's a slip of tongue. You said I am not being honest.
No, I didn't say that.
That's what you said. That's why Honorable Kloba next to you is laughing, because I think it's a slip of tongue. It's fine. It's fine.
No,
Chair, they call it a Freudian slip.
Eh?
They call it a Freudian slip.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is I'm not being dishonest. Yes.
Firstly, you said I'm not being honest. Now we get
No,
it.
I said I'm not being dishonest. Anyway,
It's okay,
maybe
it's
that's how it came out.
It's okay, it's okay.
Yeah, maybe I did not hear myself. But I'm saying I'm not being dishonest. Having been a legal practitioner myself, I understand the importance of being honest. And the question that I was asked, I felt it is definitely based on evidence. One will still have to provide evidence of what is it that you call a toxic environment in the Human Rights Commission. So to say that maybe the complaint that I've investigated, not so much investigated, but tried to collate information around if that, according to the honorable member, that's the toxic environment is speaking to, then it's premature for me to say, especially because when we went to collect this information in KZN, the provincial manager was able to speak to us to a certain extent, but she said she would want to really stand by the report she had already made. And when you look at the second portion, it was then the staff complement that we met with, and they were also saying that they do not want to divulge anything further, save for what they had already said to the CEO. And we're still on the trail of more information with the other staff complement that is there. So if that is termed to dictate or to say that is toxic, then I suppose maybe that will be the case. But from what I had heard from one honorable member was that the toxicities amongst us as commissioners, which is really not the case. We are doing our best to try and work together and to do our best with the space that we have been given as commissioners.
Commissioner Kinana, what is your understanding of toxic environment? Its literal meaning.
Obviously, if I have to use another word, then it will be an environment that is really not enabling for employees to be able to work properly do their work in a cordial way, just happy.
Can I read it to you from Oxford Dictionary?
Yes, please.
A toxic environment is a workplace where the culture is characterized by negative, antagonistic, and bullying behavior. That's the short version of it. What is your take on that?
And also, it also says that it could be unpleasant. It's an environment that could be unpleasant, which could also be harmful. So yes,
Honorable Mutau,
you're right.
you are fine. Honorable Klopper?
Chairperson, would you allow me to play a minute's clip with one short question?
A clip?
Yeah, a voice clip of
No,
the meeting.
No, that should
Can
have
I
been
just go
submitted
straight
to us.
Okay, then straight to the question, Chairperson. That's why I asked before I played it. Chairperson, in that clip, Commissioner Nissen is heard saying it is wrong to go to the committee with complaints. This is the same meeting that the Commissioner said she was in. I just want to know two things. Did she hear it? Yes or no? I'll allow to answer first.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Once more, I think it was asked even earlier. I did say that I did not hear
You
it.
did not hear it?
Yes.
Then I would pose it to you, Chairperson, that this Commissioner is attending meetings and not paying attention. And for that purpose, it really paints it in a very negative light. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Kinana, do you understand that South African Human Rights Commission is an institution? And is it your understanding that it's an institution that comprises two arms? The first, which is the governance structure, which is the commission, and the entire secretariat that comprises of the senior management and up to the latest cleaner down on the pyramid.
That is correct, Chairperson.
Okay. Are you aware that there has been complaints about the commissioners? You know the complaints, you dealt with them, but the question is not really about that. Are you aware that the commission has been not really feeling good about a CEO that was hired for approximately less than a year? Are you aware of that part? Such that the CEO got suspended. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware, Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson.
You are aware, Commissioner?
Yes.
Going back to the meaning of toxic environment we spoke about, do you think that that is not a workplace in a negative
Yes.
attitude, in a negative attitude and behavior?
I believe it can be very harmful, Chairperson, because the CEO is the link to the staff complement and also to the commissioners. So yes, you're right, it could definitely have negative bearings.
Do you now agree with the committee when it says there is a toxic working environment in the commission?
I suppose one would have to then combine all the issues together and say, then it is toxic, one, because yes, now you've got a suspended CEO whom obviously the staff complement was looking up to, and obviously that could bring unsettledness in the environment. And of course, then when one has regard to the other complaints that have been lodged then against one of our commissioners.
Do you now withdraw your sentiments that you are not aware of any toxic environment, working environment in the commission?
I must just say that I was not combining all those together to say that the environment amongst us as commissioners, because you recall, Chair, that with regard to Advocate or Honorable Breitenbach, it is the commissioners that are not able to work together. But truth be told, Chair, that as commissioners, we're really doing our best. We all understand our focal areas, and we make sure that where they intersect, we try and work together, and we are assisting each other. But Chair, if one has then to take the one part of the fact that you've got the head that has been removed due to whatever that has transpired, yes, one can say when that filters down, it will definitely have a negative bearing, especially on the staff who are looking up to the CEO.
Now that you understand that when members are asking you about the toxic environment, they did not only mean commissioners, but they meant in the entire institution. Do you now withdraw your sentiments that you were not aware of the toxic working environment in the commission?
No, I will withdraw with the understanding that Chair has now put across.
Thank you. The commission is established in accordance to law, which is the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. It is governed through law, which is the South African Human Rights Commission Act. It is, you are a lawyer. So what is your understanding of the principle of legality and the rule of law, and what is the dialectical relationship between the two?
Chair, maybe let me start with the rule of law. As the commission, it is so that whatever we are doing is definitely has to uphold the law. We need to uphold the rule of law. So our work is informed by the Constitution, our Act, and any other legislation which is in relation to human rights. So it is important to just mention that. So the legality of any issue will obviously be informed by whether there's legal framework that governs an issue, and it is important to ensure that same is also adhered to insofar as our work is concerned. So I hope I've answered you, Chair.
Yes, you did. The last question. It is said that the mandate of the commission is not strengthened because its recommendations do not really have the binding effect. So what do you think must be done to effect the binding effect to the recommendations of the commission? And what do you think the commission must do in incidences or situations where an organ of state or a department just ignores and defies the recommendations of the commission?
The first one, Chair, as a commission, we have already taken the initiative after our powers that were declared not to be binding by the Supreme Court of Appeal. We have gone further to the Constitutional Court. So the matter is before the Constitutional Court, but from our side, we are saying our powers are binding. When one has regards to the fact that once we have made recommendations, anyone can then take those recommendations to court with a view to review those recommendations. Now, it does not make sense when we are then told that we must still ourselves take them to court in order to make them binding. And the second part, I must have I've forgotten the second part, Chair.
So one part says, in a situation where an organ of state or a state department ignores or defies the implementation of the recommendation of the commission, what recourse is available for the commission in that situation?
Chair, it is so that for one, we can even use the portfolio committee for those that are definitely not adhering to our requests. But at the same time, Chair, we can then go to court where we can then ensure that same is being adhered to.
Thank you. That was a quick and concise answer. You must be tired, eh? Okay, then I think you'll be with pleasure to hear that this marks the end of our conversation. And it is our hope that the conversation it was interesting, by the way. I hope you enjoyed the conversation with the committee. Commissioner Kinana, the committee will set its own date to deliberate on the interviews and hence make recommendations to the National Assembly. So candidates will be informed duly from that point of what will then happen. Is there anything you want to say to us before you leave?
I must just say that I had not considered it from the premise that you've now alluded to say that when it's rotten from the head, it is likely to affect the rest of the complement. So I've accepted that, and as I've said, I've withdrawn the part that there is no toxicity in the workspace, but something that if I'm given an opportunity to look into, I've already given my plan that I would be able to outline in an effort to try and resolve issues. And I must say that SHINE is the way to go, where you allow people to speak about their differences and so that they can be tolerant towards one another as cultures that are really vast and also just to ensure that there's insights as to who we are as a people. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We wish you well and we wish you a safe travel back home. Members, let's take 5 minutes water break. Then we take the last candidate. Good, what is it now? Oh, it's still the morning. Good morning, Commissioner Duli.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, and good morning, honorable members.
How are you doing today?
Nervous, but strong.
Yeah, there is water next to you to help you.
Thank you so much, I appreciate it.
But would like to say, just take it as a conversation, a fair conversation between ourselves and you. I will advise you. Your advantage is that you are the second person. That we're going to ask you questions. It is important to explain and elaborate on your question, but also it is important to be concise and short. What has held Commissioner Kinana here for almost the rest of the day is the longevity of explanations. It's nothing wrong when you want to put your point across, to explain so that the committee understands your point with the spirit that which you are putting it across with. We're going to ask you a few questions. Then the committee is going to interact with you. The first question is that just in a space of 5 minutes, tell us about yourself, who you are, and why do you reckon that you are a suitable candidate for the position of the Deputy Chairperson of the Commission?
Once again, good morning to yourself, Honorable Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members. Thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Pilile Duli. I was born and raised in eThekwini. I was born at around the same time as the establishment of the United Democratic Front. This was a time of heightened state repression, of brutality, and of the dislocation of the majority. My formative years were defined by a sustained anxiety which was caused by the war between the United Democratic Front and the IFP. At the age of 4 years old, I lost my father to this war. With that conditioning in my energetic field from a very young age, I was thrust very early into political consciousness, and I was thrust into a life of activism from that age. This life of activism has been defined by a pursuit for existentialism. And this is the right and opportunity of every person to self-realize, to self-determine, to be able to dream and to imagine, and to have the freedom to pursue their dreams and their imaginations. Within the context of South Africa, of course, the extent to which we can dream and imagine and pursue our dreams is determined by socioeconomic factors. And that then thrusts one into a life of being a human rights activist. I'm inspired, Chairperson, by the preamble of the Constitution. The Constitution does something very interesting in its preamble. It recognizes the divisions of the past. It honors those who have died for this democracy. It also respects those who have worked to build this democracy. And then it says, we are adopting this book primarily to heal. I would argue that as South Africa, we haven't done enough work in reflecting on what the Constitution means when it says we are adopting this Constitution primarily to heal. And one must admit that this notion of healing will mean different things to all of us depending on where we sit. For us who come from the region that I come from, we are inspired by the philosophy of a Sanusi whose name is Vusamazulu Credo Mutwa, who says that to heal is to be creative. To heal a community is to build something beautiful for that community, with that community, and around that community. And these philosophies have formed the basis of my own human rights practice. I am a creative leader. I believe that in order to change society, one has to be innovative, one has to be creative. In terms of the practical involvement of myself in activist endeavors from a very young age, at both the micro and macro level, I have, for as long as I can remember, I have been an activist. When I say micro level, I mean in the home, in the family. Because of the past of violence that we come from, we have inherited violence. It is ingrained within us psychologically, and it expresses ourselves in our families, in our communities. And as early as I can remember, I have challenged expressions of inequality and social injustices wherever I have found them, whether it be the manifestations of social injustices in the interpretation of custom, which primarily for us where I come from can be very patriarchal and misogynistic. I have challenged those. Within the community, when I have seen injustices, I have involved myself in community projects and community organizations. In high school, we went to high school at a time when these former Model C schools were still transitioning from an era where they did not accept certain bodies, and therefore we experienced a heightened amount of racism and racial exclusion in our schools, and we were in the forefront of struggles that challenged these racist tropes. And of course, we became very unpopular because of these challenges. At the university level, I have been involved and I sharpened my consciousness through organizations such as SASCO, in SRC structures. Our experience at the university was informed by struggling for students who were our compatriots who did not and have, or could not have access to university education. Our residence rooms were always filled with 5 or so people. We were sharing the same single mattress because we could not comprehend a situation where we are enjoying a room space while other students coming from rural areas and townships could not do so. It was also in the university space that I developed an acumen for establishing institutions or creating institutions. And together with like-minded persons, we established institutions such as the Poetry and Urban Activism Society, which used literature and words to speak back against a society that is and was unequal. We also established an organization called SOW, which was Save Our Women. It was a platform particularly for young women who were for the first time living away from home, together to speak about our experiences of patriarchy, of racism, of other forms of inequality in the spaces that we find ourselves. Throughout my life, I have been interested in institutionalism, how institutions either perpetuate power inequalities or power relations that maintain inequalities or either challenge and dismantle those power inequalities. At the latest, I am currently involved in an organization that I established called the Love House. The Love House is a philosophy more than it is an organization, and it explores the idea of love as a politic. How do we learn to love ourselves in a world that has taught particularly a certain group of people to unlove themselves due to the ways in which we have been economically, politically, and socially subjugated? In terms of my educational as well as professional experience, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, I have followed and I have pursued the interests of my political consciousness. I have studied a varied or interdisciplinary fields, from policy and development studies to literature, to political sciences, the African political economy. I've also been interested in media and how we communicate with media and how media can be used as a form of a platform for social justice. And out of that interest, I have then also been able to use the media, particularly in engaging through op-eds and publishing op-eds as a means to communicate or to enact my consciousness or political consciousness. In terms of the work experience, I also have a very diverse background. I have worked as a social entrepreneur. I have worked as a public servant at the very highest offices of the state. I have worked at the presidency. I have also been involved in civil society, and I am now a commissioner in the South African Human Rights Commission. In 2019, I registered a PhD with the University of Cape Town in public law. And the interest of this study is institutions once again, but the relationship that women in executive authority or executive positions have in particular with institutions. There is a perception that descriptive representation of women equates to the substantive representation of women, which means that the more numbers of women we bring in, when we say we've got 50% representation, that in some way equates to equality of women. I'm curious about this, particularly when you look at the experiences of women who are in executive positions. When one looks very closely, one is able to see that there is a politic of bodies in which institutions somehow push out women in positions of authority through various means. I'm sure we will engage on this, but I have found myself more recently to be a subject of my own study. As a woman who is in a position of authority, I have found the institution to be doing something very similar to the theoretical concept that I am exploring in my own study. Due to the challenges that we have had at the South African Human Rights Commission, I have, at least as far as this year, held the study in abeyance due to the unavailability of time, but also the unavailability of the mind space to be able to think about these concepts and to write. I will pause here, Chairperson, and I'm available to answer any further questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Kloba.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good day, Commissioner. I hope you're doing well.
Good morning, sir.
Commissioner, considering the Human Rights Commission is constantly and consistently embroiled in some infighting, and I mean it in the seriousness it deserves, have you been part of any of the spats? Have you ever tried to alleviate the internal disputes? And I ask this because I consider the person applying for this position as a matter of importance, because while the Human Rights Commission is embroiled in its own spats, the people of South Africa are suffering with their human rights being neglected and taken away. Could you just answer shortly, very shortly, because I do have a few questions?
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, through yourself, Honorable Chairperson. The simple answer is yes. I have been the subject of multiple complaints that have been brought between or before this committee and before Parliament. And I must say, Honorable Member, that this has been the most dramatic run-up to this moment. It is my conviction that the complaints that you have received have been an attempt to influence this very moment and this very engagement between ourselves. And unfortunately, it is, as you say, at the expense of the integrity of the Commission, the good standing of the Commission, but also the very important work that the Commission has to do.
Thank you. Nice short answer. I do want to ask, though, you said it's an attempt to influence this moment. Is it other people that are specifically applying for this post? If not, how would it change the outcome?
Can you maybe rephrase the question?
You said that you believe that it's an influence to this moment. So obviously to influence the outcome of this interview process. Is it someone that is applying for the job? And if not, how would it change the outcome?
I understand. The Human Rights Commission, like any other institution, is a community, and by virtue of community, it engages with itself, amongst itself. There have been discussions as early as December when the Portfolio Committee announced the outcomes of its recruitment processes, and particularly in January, when our deputy chairperson resigned, that perhaps Commissioner Duli, and I have received many requests, perhaps Commissioner Duli, when the Portfolio Committee advertises for this position, you should consider it, because we respect you and we respect the work that you do. Subsequent to that, one began to see a rising tension and claims as you have received them in the Portfolio Committee. And you would have then noted that in the past month, these claims have reached the Portfolio Committee. These claims, I do not believe, are coming from anyone who is contesting for the position, but it is coming from those who are anti the work that we do, of ensuring that we have a South African Human Rights Commission that is responsive to the public and that does the work as it is requested and obliged by the South African Constitution.
Commissioner, I'm sure you're well versed with Section 22 E and F of the South African Human Rights Commission Act.
Absolutely.
All right, then I won't give you a preamble on it, but it obviously has to do with influence. Have you ever written a letter that would have anticipated an outcome that you either agree or disagree with?
If perhaps you may elaborate, Honorable Member. I've written many letters in my life.
No, I know, but I'm saying specifically with a letter that you would have anticipated an outcome. Because the Section 22 E and F refers to the anticipation of an outcome. And then it's obviously the offenses and penalties with that. So I'm asking, have you ever written a letter that has anticipated any outcome of an investigation? Simply yes or no, it will be fine.
Your question is not clear. However, in the interest of the conversation we are having, I'm going to make an assumption and you can correct me. In November last year, I wrote a letter to withdraw myself from the July unrest report panel. I have submitted this letter to the Portfolio Committee. I wrote this letter out of a frustration that I was experiencing because I had been requesting the Commission, particularly the chairperson of the July unrest hearing, to act in a manner that was respectful to the principles of collective deliberation, principles of integrity, and principles that do not preempt an outcome for a process that was so important to this democratic dispensation. When these pleas were not being heard, I decided to withdraw. I did not withdraw from the July unrest because I was preempting an outcome. I was withdrawing from the July unrest panel because I could no longer associate myself with the way in which the chairperson of the panel was running matters. I hope, Honorable Member, you have seen that letter. And I would hope that you would appreciate the concerns that I have raised, which concerns have to be shared collectively by all South Africans who care for this nation and its developmental approach. Thank you.
Commissioner, I don't have a lot of time, so I will try to keep it at just one or two things. Have you had any case of misconduct ever brought against you? Have you been investigated for misconduct?
Within the South African Human Rights Commission? Or
In general?
Never.
All right. What is your leadership style? And just give me an example, because it's easy to give an example where you've succeeded. Where have you failed?
Where I have failed, one, by virtue of being a human being, one fails, especially as a leader. We have our shortcomings, and I have my own share of shortcomings. Perhaps where I may have shortcomings maybe in my abhorrence and impatience with those who disrespect or do not appreciate the journey and the struggles that it has taken for us to reach the point that we are in this democratic dispensation. I have very little patience for those who do not appreciate that people died for us to be here.
Commissioner, I'm alluding again to the internal conflicts within the Human Rights Commission. I feel that the Human Rights Commission and commissioners in general have failed, as this is an ongoing matter. It's been brought here to Parliament and it's an ongoing matter. It's sat here before the committee, it's an ongoing matter. Why is it that you yourself, as well as the other commissioners, have not done something to settle the disputes and so forth? Considering that you're applying for the deputy position, it would have been in your purview to do so, leading up to this job.
You know, Honorable Member, Honorable Chair, and Honorable Members, up until very recently, I did not share an interest to apply for this deputy chairperson position. Despite many attempts to convince me otherwise, I thought that it was an administrative role that I did not have much interest in, based on also my activist appeal. I am more interested in doing the work and in being hands-on. However, I have been more recently convinced that perhaps this is something that I should consider based on the role that I have played in the Commission and based on my interest to safeguard the Commission from what I believe is a moment of attempted capture. What I mean by attempted capture, Honorable Chairperson, I do believe that the moment we're experiencing is unprecedented. Never in the history of a Chapter 9 institution would you have received so many complaints. What is at the heart of these complaints? Let me take a step back. When we joined the Commission in 2021, the very first conversation I had with the former chairperson, I had never met him, I did not know him, but that first conversation he told me that you are entering a toxic institution. Within the first month, I had heard the word toxic so many times. I was coming in as the youngest commissioner at the time, full of energy, wanting to make changes. I was also the first queer. I identify as queer, or I'm a member of the LGBTI community, and I'm very out about that. So there was a lot of energy that I was interested in bringing into the Commission. And sooner or later, I began to realize the nature of what this toxicity is, both at the level of commissioners, but also at the level of staff. You have an institution where you have people who have been there for 20 years, 15 years, who know how to do things in a particular way. As a commissioner, you are entrusted by the public through its representatives in Parliament to hold and execute the mandate of the Commission effectively. But you are entrusted based on your own skills, your own leadership style. Now, one realized that this toxic environment, to change it, one has to infuse a sense of change in the institution. However, the rigidity of the toxicity has been such that what you are experiencing now is a backlash against attempts to clean the institution. Why do I say that? Honorable Chair, we have to look at both the procedural. Perhaps let's start with the procedural issues that are related to these complaints you've received. Section 22 is correct, as you have referred to it. Anyone who stands in the way of an ongoing investigation by the Commission is guilty of a crime. There are ongoing investigations in lieu of at least the 2 complaints you have received. that make reference to my name. They have been brought to this portfolio committee while the investigation is going on in the commission. Now, in terms of procedure, we are guided by the complaints handling procedure. Annexure G of this complaints handling procedure is very clear. And if you may give me the opportunity, can I read it for you, please?
Due to time, and I've got one more wrap-up question or statement, can we just keep it short, please?
I won't read it, but what it does is it guides staff members. Firstly, it gives the right to staff members to complain against commissioners, but it then guides them on how to do so. We expect members of staff to understand Annexure G. Annexure G says that if you have a complaint against a commissioner, you lodge it with the chairperson, and the chairperson then makes a determination on how this must be handled. This has not been done in light of the 2 complaints that you have received, at least as they pertain to my name. What has been done is a rapid escalation that is unprocedural, but when you look very closely, Honorable Member, you look at how it has been sent. It hasn't been sent, at least one of them.
Said when you arrived in 2021, the nature of toxicity was rife. You heard it more than you've ever heard before. This is not a new complaint. The toxicity and the working environment within the human rights is not new. Yes, as what people get voices within everything in this world, well, the complaints will get more once there's a microphone held so as people can speak. And that is possibly a reason why it has become more, but it's not new. In the 6th administration, it was mentioned. And you yourself now have admitted in 2021, you were inundated, you were full of energy, looking forward to this journey, and then realized you've walked into a pit. And I cannot understand then why in 3 years these matters haven't cleared up. That the environment hasn't changed. If it was just 1 person or 2 persons, maybe, but it's not.
I hear you, Honorable Member. Maybe let me clarify it in this way. It doesn't take a day or an event to change an institution. It takes time, it takes processes, it takes a building of relationships, it takes understanding the historical and present context within which this toxicity is taking place. I am in my 3rd year of my tenure, and over these years, what you are experiencing now is an outcome of the work we are doing to rid the Commission of toxicity. That's what I'm trying to say. Yes, when I arrived, I was inundated with discourse that said this is toxic. And of course, my responsibility as a commissioner to the public is to rid an institution like the Human Rights Commission of toxicity. Now, one can imagine and appreciate that an institution that's toxic, when it meets someone or anyone who is trying to rid itself, there is going to be backlash. And that backlash is not always going to be kind, which is why in many ways I appreciate that this is playing out in this way, because it gives you as Parliament and it gives the public an opportunity to scrutinize these complaints, to look at each of the complaints and to ask themselves, is this procedurally correct? Is this substantively correct? When you look closely at the complaints, the staff members are complaining that this is a feminist and therefore she's not fit and proper to be a member of the South African Human Rights Commission. This is the nature of the complaints that are against me. This person responded to a disaster and put us in her car. And we can't claim if anything happens, and we are therefore complaining to Parliament. This is the nature of the complaints. Commissioner Duli calls us at 6 p.m. and we are 9 to 5 people. And we don't want to work. Commissioner Duli tells us that issues related to land rights are human rights issues, and we have advised her that this is not in the purview of the mandate of the Commission, and because we have advised her and she has not listened, she's bullying us. When you look, Honourable Member, at the substance of the complaints, you cannot objectively not be shocked by what these staff members are saying. But the concern for me is that it's not just the staff members. These complaints have gone through levels. They've gone through the COO, the CEO, and nobody is stopping them to say, what gives you the right to make these allegations against a commissioner when she's trying to do her work? Where is the substance? What should concern the portfolio committee, but mainly the members of the public, is that we entrust these staff members to investigate serious allegations of violations of human rights. And if they would complain that a commissioner has requested us to investigate a land rights issue, and we don't want to, one can only imagine how they are treating complainants who are ordinary people in South Africa. For me, my concern is less about what they are doing to me and the chairperson of the commission, but what the implication is for the ordinary citizens if these are the kinds of staff members and the mentality that they hold in terms of the issues at hand.
Thank you, Honorable Sally.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner, firstly, in the workplace, and I think most things in our country, mediation skills is vital. So I am looking through your CV and it's not speaking to me about your mediation skills. Can you first advise with regard to that particular aspect, especially in light of the position that you're applying for? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
You will see in my CV that in my early 20s, I was working at the Department of Public Service and Administration, and I was poached to work in the negotiations branch. I was shadowing the chief negotiator of the state at the time, Advocate Melissa Njigila. This was a position of honor because one did not apply for it, but one was identified because of one's skills and potential at that time. The experience that I gained out of that, it was a time when the public service was transitioning. It was particularly the time when we were transitioning from the presidency of former President Mbeki to the presidency of former President Jacob Zuma. The ministries themselves were transitioning. We were moving from the leadership of former Minister Geraldine Fraser-Moleketi to the ministry of former Minister Richard Baloyi. The bargaining council and the culture there was also changing, and you would appreciate that at the center of state negotiations is mediation. So I would disagree that I do not have experience in mediation. I have extensive experience in mediation. I have practical experience at the level of state negotiations with issues related to mediation. Thank you so much.
Okay, so there was no allegation that you don't have mediation skills. I just wanted to say your CV is a bit silent on it.
Thank you.
But that being said, if you are appointed, how would you respond to public criticism of the Commission as well as criticism of yourself? Because you have alluded to quite a few aspects already in this particular meeting. Then based on that question as well, when you entered this profession in 2021, what was your relationship with the staff at that point, and what is your relationship with the staff now?
Thank you so much. That's a very good question, and I appreciate it. The most unfortunate thing about these complaints is that they have attempted, two people in particular, have attempted to represent 190 people. My approach is this, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Member. We don't hold these positions. This is not the private sector. We hold these positions at the behest of the Portfolio Committee, who represent the public. We hold it in trust for the current generation, but also in trust for future generations. Therefore, we have a responsibility to open ourselves to scrutiny and to always open the public to critiquing the work that we do, the manner in which we do it, but also to contribute to ideas about how we can do better. I have my own critiques about how the South African Human Rights Commission conducts itself. And perhaps some of the challenges one faces is because there's an expectation that once you are inside, you shouldn't push back. But I disagree. You've got to correct a wrong situation by critiquing it. And of course, that puts us in the line of fire sometimes, but we do it in the interest of the developmental state. We do it out of appreciation that we did not just come here. People died that we could be here. And therefore, to answer your question more directly, I'm inviting the Portfolio Committee to work with us as the South African Human Rights Commission to look at each of the complaints that come before the Portfolio Committee against us, to scrutinize each one of them on the basis of procedure, on the basis of substance, so that they can work together with us for the public and for the future of this nation in building an institution that can be meaningfully responsive to the needs of South Africa. The Human Rights Commission has so much potential, but we've got to be able to work together to ensure that it does the right thing.
You haven't answered my question with regard to what was your relationship when you entered into the position that you are in 2021, and what is your position with the staff and your relationship with the staff at this point?
Apologies. Thank you so much for reminding me. When I entered, my relationship with the staff, of course, was one that was orientating, getting to know the staff, getting to know what they do, building relations. I would say that 3 years later, one has built very strong relations. The context of toxicity has to be understood and appreciated, which means that we are not always going to be popular with everyone in the institution, because we are very clear and unapologetic that this is an institution that people cannot come and sit and play solitaire all day. Everybody has a responsibility to work in a responsive, meaningful, and dedicated and passionate way to respond to the needs of the public. So my current relationship with the staff, in the majority, I would say it's good, it's healthy, those who are interested in the work that we have to do. But of course, the complaints that you have received will show you that some are unhappy about it, which is why I'm inviting you to really look at what are they saying? What are they really saying? This is why you have the complaint against me, because I do my work without fear, without favor. I understand that the opportunity given to me is 7 years and it goes by so fast. And I have a responsibility to prevent any attempted capture of this institution and to give myself wholeheartedly to the effective execution of the mandate of this institution. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That's all for now. I'll reserve questions for later. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Tena.
Thank you, Chair. And Commissioner Duli, good morning. No,
Good morning.
good afternoon as of 10 minutes ago.
Good afternoon.
Who wants to capture the institution?
You know, I was asked to name people at the last meeting, And I'm going to answer it in
Yes,
this.
Commissioner Duli, you were asked to name people at the last meeting, but this is an
Not
interview.
here.
But what we have done, some of them, as the committee, have already asked them to reply on those allegations as means to help the commission. Yes.
I appreciate that, Honorable Chairperson, as you should, because everyone must be given the right to reply. The attempted capture of the South African Human Rights Commission, Honorable Member, I assume that you would have seen my withdrawal letter from the July Unrest Report panel. In less words than I put in that letter depicts an attempted capture of the Human Rights Commission. One cannot preempt an outcome of an investigation as sensitive as the July unrest. Almost 500 people, or approximately 500 people, lost their lives. Some people still have not been found. The economy of the state was affected in the way that it has. The concern that we have, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, is that to date, the state, particularly the state intelligence, has not told the South Africans who the primary instigators of the July unrest are. What are the implications? The implications are that we live in a constant state of vulnerability. What we know is that the primary instigators of the July unrest were sophisticated, well-resourced, and they have very direct links to state intelligence. The state has a responsibility to the public to unearth and to uncover the identities of the people who organized and orchestrated the July unrest. For us as investigators of this event, we cannot then come with preempted results before even this process starts to say these are the primary instigators. Because what we do by doing so inadvertently is we give the primary instigators, whoever they are, a getaway from jail free card. And we cannot do that. So I don't know if I'm answering your question in the correct way, but this is an attempted capture of the South African Human Rights Commission.
Okay, I can read between the lines, thank you. We've spoken about the problems.
Sorry, Honorable Dana. So the answer is that those that which had ulterior motives about the July unrest are the ones who are now attempting to capture the commission.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. They were trying to capture the commission even then, and it is our belief that they are continuing to try to capture the commission even now, because when you look at the withdrawal letter and you look at the complaints that are currently before you, the same names are coming up. So that's why we are saying connect the dots, and you will see that there's a sustained attempt to capture the institution, and we have a responsibility to act without fear or favor in defending the commission. Thank you.
Okay, now we've spoken about the problems at the institution, and you've alluded to your belief that it's attempted to being captured. But you were at the meeting, you read from your affidavit to us in the meeting with the Portfolio Committee. After that meeting on the 4th of November, there was a Zoom meeting that took place. My understanding is there was a meeting before that with all of the commissioners, and then the last meeting of the day was with all of the staff of the commission and all of the commissioners that took place. Now, we all heard the video. It was sent to us. We heard the video. We heard what was said. And amongst other things, the commissioner reprimanded the chairperson reprimanded the staff for sending their complaints directly to the Portfolio Committee. Now, I can't speak on behalf of the entire committee, but I can speak on behalf of myself, and I wasn't very impressed with that meeting. Not with the way that the commissioner handled it, not with what he said, not with how he sounded. So it seems to me that there may be some merit in some of the complaints. And You wouldn't be privy to that, but we've received a number of complaints after that meeting as well. And if I say a number, it must be, I don't know, I don't want to put a number to it, but many, many emails from different staff members complaining about the chairperson specifically. So if you were to be appointed as deputy chairperson of the Human Rights Commission, how would you handle this? Because it seems that there definitely is a problem there. Aside from the allegations that someone is trying to capture the institution, there is a problem. So what is the root of the problem and how would you handle it as deputy chairperson?
Thank you, Honorable Member, for your question. I hope I'm gracious in the way that I answer your question for the sake of this process we are trying to conduct, which we owe to the public of South Africa. There were three meetings on the 4th of November. One, a commissioners' meeting to reflect and deliberate on our meeting on the 1st of November. The second was a meeting between commissioners and members of the executive. And the fourth one was a meeting between all of us, including the staff, all 190 of us. It was a very long day. I was part of that meeting. I am the chairperson of the Organizational Redesign Committee of the South African Human Rights Commission. We meet every Monday at 2 o'clock, and we deal with issues related to the institution, its design, its structure, and some of the problems that we are facing. In fact, we believe that some of the complaints you are receiving is a result of the very, very good work that we are doing at the level of that committee, and either at this platform or any other platform, Honorable Member, we would be very pleased to present ourselves on the work that we are doing at that committee. Now, when it comes to the direct question you are asking about the alleged utterances of the chairperson, we left the meeting, myself and the other members, and as the meeting was starting, we were informed that we may want to go back to that meeting. When we returned to the meeting, there was silence, and it was clear that whoever had asked us to come back was alluding to a concern about something that had happened, but it wasn't clear to us what had happened. I haven't listened to what was said, but I have been informed in the same way that you are now alluding that the chairperson was condemning the submission of the complaints to Parliament. You are saying, Honorable Member, with respect that these raise concerns, you are opposed to the utterances of the chair. I would invite you to consider this. The impression that's being given is that the complaints have been submitted to Parliament because the chairperson has ignored them, and partly because he's protecting Commissioner Duli. That is the allegation, that's the narrative that is attempted. But look closely, Honorable Member. Two of them at least. The KZN complaint is conducted absolutely unprocedurally. Even when we advised the CEO and the PM and the provincial manager of the procedure, they deliberately ignored it. And they decided it's like a destructive escalation, a deliberate destructive escalation that's filled with false allegations. But we've been concerned at why they're not listening to advice when we tell them this is what the procedure is, and they do the complete opposite. You have a legal background, Honorable Member. When you look at the complaint in an objective, analytical way, you can't help but appreciate the substantive administrative flaws, even in the argument of the CEO. And one has to ask themselves objectively, why is this happening? Whoever it's happening against, why are these things happening? And this is what I'm inviting you to assist us to question, so that we are not seen to be defending ourselves, but rather so that we can conduct an objective process that gets to the real issues. Now, I'm sorry to be long-winded, but I do think that this is important because it's at the center of the allegations that people have made these submissions because they haven't been heard. So it does require enough time for us to understand together without anyone defending themselves. The process was not only advised, but once the report, the purported report of 19 August was received, commissioners met, and commissioners were very concerned. And then commissioners decided that Commissioner Duli and the chairperson should recuse themselves, and commissioners must then investigate what has happened. The CEO was informed. CEO, we appreciate the report. We are now going to investigate. Please also inform the members of the provincial office. Almost immediately after informing the CEO, then the matter gets escalated to Parliament. Now you have a responsibility to ask yourself why this is happening. Why is a duly procedural process being avoided by the members of the staff? We may not have the answers now, but it's a question worth asking ourselves so that we can really get to the crux of what's happening here. I want to help you take a step back, Honorable Member, if you don't mind.
Chair, no, I don't think it's necessary. Thank you for your explanation, and I agree that one has to ask objective questions and probing questions, and one should not take a complaint just at face value. But what I'm saying is, and the complaints that we received after that meeting do not necessarily have anything to do with you or with the investigations. Many of the complaints, and the chair can help me if I'm wrong, center around things like the conduct of the chairperson, victimization, bullying, and it's from a lot of people, different people. And I can't imagine a situation where a number of people can be swept up into one plot against a certain person or certain people. So what I'm asking you is, and equally, if you were to be appointed deputy chairperson, you said now that we have the responsibility to connect the dots and to look at what is behind these complaints. But equally, if you were to be appointed as deputy chairperson, you would have the responsibility to also connect the dots in terms of why are there so many complaints about different issues. It's not only about one issue. It's not centering around one complaint. So there definitely is a problem there, and there is merit in that problem. And it seems that the problem may be with the chairperson. So it's very difficult to handle a problem with someone who is your senior in terms of ranks in an organization. So how would you handle that specific problem if you were to be appointed?
Honorable Member, with the respect, I have not seen the complaints that are before you. So I would be speaking out of turn if I speak about those complaints. All I can speak about is that which I'm aware of and that which I know. What I do know is that I'm also part of anyone that would question and critique the destructive submission of the complaints to Parliament. We have a responsibility as commissioners to safeguard the integrity of the South African Human Rights Commission. What these complaints have done, Honorable Member, is one, taint the image and the integrity of the Commission. They have brought the Commission into disrepute, and they have created a perception of instability. And as a commissioner, I have a responsibility to critique these. Insofar as the complaints you are referring to, I sincerely apologize because I'm not aware of them. I can't speak to them. What I can speak to is that I have worked with the chairperson, Nissen, for the past 3 years. And I say this in the most objective manner, Chairperson. You can count on me. My reputation is well known. I don't fear authority. I speak truth to power. Commissioner Nissen, or the chairperson, is a man of integrity, is a man of respect.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Chair. I don't think it's fair to expect the commissioner to, say anything on behalf of the chairperson. I'm actually not asking you to comment on the merits of the complaints because I know you don't have the complaints before you. Let me call it a hypothetical question then. How would you handle such a situation? Let's say it's hypothetical. As a deputy chairperson, where the problem is the chairperson of the commission, because safeguarding your staff and ensuring a conducive workplace is also equally important.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Member. I hear and appreciate the question. As the Deputy Chairperson, as any other commissioner, the responsibility is clear, which is to safeguard the integrity and execute effectively the mandate of the Commission. Where's an instance where allegations against the chairperson would arise, my first responsibility would be to advise, depending on how they arise. One would assume that they arise via an extra G of the complaints handling procedure, which directs staff members on how to lodge complaints against commissioners. So if they're against the chair, they would be lodged against either directly to the office of the chair or to the board of commissioners. The first thing would be to ask the chairperson to recuse himself or herself. I would then subject this to the full cohort of commissioners to say we have these complaints and we must deal with them in a respectful way because everybody, every staff member must be given the right to complain. And we must then choose amongst us, either choose amongst us or choose someone who's independent to assist us to deal with this, but in a most objective way. And allow the objective investigation to direct us, or the outcomes thereof to direct us. Because our eye has to constantly, in a sustained way, be on the Constitution and our objective to defend constitutional democracy. And whoever violates the Constitution, we have to be brave enough and courageous enough without fear or favor to address it. So that is how I would address it, to request the chairperson to recuse himself, subject it to the full cohort of commissioners, and then allow the full cohort to, in their diverse wisdom, to advise, but to ensure that, one, we give assurance to the staff members that their complaints are heard, to give effect to due procedure, and to respect the integrity and safeguard the integrity of the Commission. Thank you so much, Member. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Nomvalo.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. Good day, Commissioner Duli.
Good day, sir. Good day, Honorable Member.
Mampemba, Kodide.
Ngiyaphila kakhulu insizwa yakithi ninjani?
Nah, ngiyaphila nami.
Siyabonga, siyabonga.
Yeah, because I think you've been with this Chapter 9 institution for a couple of years. So I think your insight now at this level is a bit sophisticated in terms of understanding the constitutional obligations that you must discharge on a day-to-day basis. The question that I want to ask first is the historical origin of the South African human rights. Do you understand where they come from, the South African human rights? Where do they come from?
South Africa is a crime scene, particularly in its pre-1994 form. It's a crime scene. It's a scene of blatant and mass human rights violations. We embarked on a process of collective transition away from that crime scene, which is why, in its wisdom, the Constitution says the reason we are adopting this book primarily is to heal. This is a recognition that we are living in a crime scene and we have firstly, before we do anything to heal. So this is where the object and idea or concept of a human rights commission comes from. So we established Chapter 9 institutions as a whole in terms of Section 181 of the Constitution to be able to assist us to defend constitutional democracy. But we established the South African Human Rights Commission in particular, recognizing the importance of human rights, the Paris Principles, and recognizing that these human rights have to be protected, they have to be promoted, but that the state, in terms of Section 7, subsection 2, has an obligation, and that obligation has to be monitored and the extent of its fulfillment observed and assessed by an institution that is independent and that sits outside the state.
My sincere apologies.
Yes, that's fine.
Mpemba, I think I have to cut you. This is not the philosophy that I'm looking for. Let me help you, because subsequent to this question, I want your perspective. The answer that I was looking for relates to the historical evolution and the historical origin. Do you know the Universal Declaration of Human Rights?
Honorable Member, I did make a reference to the Paris Principles, and one assumes that, of course, ingrained in that is a communication that what is implied is the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and we observed and celebrated the 75th anniversary of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. I believe it was last year, December.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
No. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights were adopted by the UN, by the UN Charter. I cannot remember the exact word, the exact year. Now, in your understanding, are South African human rights Eurocentric, or they are reflective of the of the African values and principles? Please give a short answer, because we still have a long way to travel.
Thank you, Honorable Member. It would be very difficult to give a short answer, but I will try. Depending on which side of the spectrum you sit at, the answer may be yes or no. There are some who believe that the Constitution, whether as an instrument itself or its application, is a neo-apartheid or neoliberal instrument. And those who do so will say that you can't even find the word apartheid or colonialism in this book, which means that it doesn't have a sense of its past. There are others who say that this book assists us. It gives us the freedoms to self-realize and self-determine in terms of Section 235. And that self-determination is a right that's afforded to us to express our philosophies, our indigenous beliefs, our customs in a way that we see fit, which means that in our diversity, we are all welcome and we all belong within this framework. I'm not sure if I...
Okay, no, I get your response, even though it's not satisfactory. But
apologies.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's a pitch we speak under a very limited time. But subsequently, you have been on the field since 2001 to date. So, like I said, that you have a practical insight of both the strengths and the deficiencies, both from a legislative and from a practical perspective. In terms of your understanding and in terms of your legal conviction, what are the gaps in the Bill of Rights? If you are to advise or you are to lobby the committee, when I'm asking you these questions, not because I'm doing a tick box exercise or I'm reducing this to a talk show. It's because I want you to give an effective response. Now, if you are given an opportunity to lobby this committee on areas that needs to be, amended, or on rights that need to be added in the Bill of Rights, what would be your submission? Please give a brief response.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I agree with you. I would love the opportunity to engage you further on some of the shortcomings due to the limitedness of time. To try and answer your question more directly, if I were to affect changes to the Bill of Rights, perhaps the first one would be a sincere appreciation that we are a people that have been deeply scarred and wounded by colonialism. All of us, despite our racial background, our gender, our sexuality, we are a people that are scarred and wounded by coloniality and colonialism. Apartheid was more recent, but colonialism lasted 350 years. A shortcoming in the Bill of Rights is that it assumes that we all start from the same place, and it gives all of us, those who were advantaged and disadvantaged by this system of many hundred years, the same rights. And that is equality, it's not equity. So in a more practical sense, if I were afforded the opportunity, I would emphasize a recognition of the colonial impact on all of us and the requirement towards equity. And that requirement has to recognize that we didn't start from the same place. So you can't say you give me a right to dignity without recognizing that some of us were deprived of that right and some of us were not deprived of that right.
Okay. Within the Bill of Rights, how many categories do we have?
I would not want to speak under correction, Honorable Member. So if I may skip that question and I can come back to you to speak more effectively.
Yeah, no.
However,
No. We have 3 categories. I'm giving you a hint. What are those? I mean, you are dealing with the whole scope of framework revolves around the Bill of Rights. So you should know it by your heart. All issues that relate to the Bill of Rights, the Chapter 2 of the Constitution. So that is why I'm asking these things with ease, because one, I'm not asking from a new child on the block here. I'm asking from a person who has been there on the field to test your competency. So there's no way that you'd want us to jump these basic and simple questions. You know, I did this, I have LLB. I did this, I think, on my 2nd year. How many categories of rights do we have, and what are those?
thank you very much, Honorable Member. Let us start with socio-economic rights. The Bill of Rights is very clear on what those socio-economic rights are. In particular, these are the central rights that the South African Human Rights Commission has an obligation to monitor, particularly in terms of Section 184(3). It clearly says that the rights that must be monitored primarily are these socio-economic rights.
Okay,
There's
no,
also-
sorry, I want to assist you for the sake of time. Just mention them, then we'll take it further after we have mentioned them.
The socio-economic
Please
rights.
mention these 3 categories that I've asked about. Just list them. Which categories do we have?
It's the socio-economic rights, it's the sacrosanct right to life, which right cannot be limited in terms of Section 36, and then it is the 3rd category.
No. Ma'am Pemba, let me help you so that you will make progress. We have socio-economic rights, we have cultural rights, and then we have political rights. Those are the 3 categories that we have. Now, the subsequent question is, of those rights, through your practical observation as a person who has been on the field, which ones are mostly violated that on an urgent basis require your swift intervention as a commission?
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, and thank you very much for the correction as well. We are flawed human beings. In terms of the question about which of these rights are most violated, because we are living within a context, particularly of a state in local government level, that is responsible for the delivery of particularly socioeconomic rights, but also political and cultural rights, it becomes difficult to measure which of these rights are most deprived. One can say that the political rights are the ones that are afforded the most. One can argue that secondary to that is cultural rights, and the most deprived are socio-economic rights, which is why we are witness and we experience the social or high levels of social disharmony that we do. We are the most unequal society in the world. And at the center of that most unequal society in the world is a matter of the deprivation of socio-economic rights.
Yeah, no, in conclusion, let me share this proposition with you, and I would like to get your take thereafter. You have dismally failed as a commission to address the most critical and sensitive, to address the violation of the most critical and sensitive human rights in South Africa. I will illustrate this through a practical example. A, you have failed to address the issue of the discrimination of people on the basis of their language. There are many indigenous languages which have not been recognized in South Africa, and the foreign language, which is English, has been preferred over those indigenous languages. The example of those languages, of those indigenous languages, is isiPaca, is the Khoisan language. It's not they are not recognized as official languages in South Africa. 2, deaf people, for communication, they rely on sign languages or on a sign language. I don't know how many sign languages we have, but they rely on a sign language. When they go to departments, there is a language barrier. When they go to seek for service delivery, there is a language barrier because there is no interpreter who is placed there to speak with them. The second scenario is that you have failed to address the violation of a right to health care, which is a right in terms of Section 27 of the Constitution. Many people in hospital, especially women, their right to health care is violated through medical negligence. Some go there to give birth and they come back with only towels because their children died in the hospital through medical negligence, which has been, conducted or done by medical doctors. And the last scenario is that you have dismally failed to fight for the recognition of some traditional leaders in South Africa who are traditional leaders by birth. And what worries me the most is that you have not, within the constitutional order now, in terms of the constitutional mandate, I understand the steps of the constitutional order that you must first observe, investigate, compile a report, and make recommendations. You have done absolutely nothing to address those aspects. What is your take on that? And goodbye. This was the last interaction with you. Thank you.
I would hate for it to be our last interaction, Honorable Nomvalo. Hopefully in the future there would be, even though it's the last now for today. In terms
No,
of
he
your-
means on purpose of this interview.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, no. No, thank you, Honorable Nomvalo. I would be remiss if I disagreed with you. We have dismally failed as a South African Human Rights Commission. These are some of the critiques that I share of the Commission. And these are some of my own personal pains about the shortcomings of the South African Human Rights Commission. And this is partly why I'm campaigning for this position, because I do want to make the change. And that requires a rethinking of the structure of the commission and its role in society. It requires activists, people who have a spiritual and emotional connection to South Africa's history, its people, and what we are trying to do with this project of democracy. You have to recognize our history. You have to recognize that there are the history of the institution and constitution of traditional leadership, for example. How do we come to have the recognized traditional leadership institutions that we have now? Is a matter of an apartheid past. There are traditional institutions that were unrecognized because they stood against the system. Some of those continue to be unrecognized. What becomes the role of the post-1994 state? What becomes the role of institutions like the South African Human Rights Commission to represent the right of, because it's a right of dignity, right? It's a right of self-determination, it's a right of recognition. So I agree with you. In my past life, I did some research on Amahlubi. I remained very pained about the plight of Amahlubi. King Langalbalele continues to rest unpeacefully until we reckon with the destruction of the kingdom of Amahlubi. And this is just one amongst many kingdoms that continue to be not recognized because of their role in the liberation struggle. So I agree with you, and this of course goes the same with languages that have not been recognized in the post-1994 dispensation. And part of it is a blindness to our history. And that blindness can be due to negligence, and it can be due to bad faith. Because our education system, we have to appreciate, was given to us. So what information we know and what information we don't know is also a matter of coloniality. We were educated based on what the system wanted us to know. So we have an obligation, including the South African Human Rights Commission, to unearth some of these histories and to represent the rights of those who have been affected by colonial violence. So in essence, Honorable Nomvalo, I agree with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Mutau.
Thanks, Chair, for the opportunity. Good day, Commissioner Duli.
Good day, Honorable Member.
Commissioner, I have only 3 questions, Chair. With the current state of affairs in the Commission and the allegations and the toxic environment that is happening in the Commission, also part of the complaints and the allegations, your name is also included. If you can be given an opportunity to be appointed as the Deputy Chair, what is it that you can bring or contribute to the Commission that you can't do it now while you are still given an opportunity since your appointment?
Maybe you must first answer if you agree that there is a toxic work environment in the Commission.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, Honorable Mtaung. I have spoken to the allegations of toxic environment. I arrived in 2021, I was informed there's a toxic environment, and I've been very active in rooting out this toxicity, which is why you have these complaints against me. you cannot root out toxicity that is historical and ingrained in an institution and not face the backlash we are facing. It's practically impossible. So we appreciate the moment as a moment of reckoning, as a moment which is an opportunity for us to come to grips with what's really happening in that institution. Now, in terms of your question, Honorable Motaung, what would I do different? The position of the deputy chairperson is a responsibility, similarly to that of the commission. In terms of legislation, it's an administrative role. One works closely with the chair. One acts on behalf of the chair when the chair is absent. The chairperson is the executive authority in terms of the PFMA. So it affords one the opportunity to contribute to the strategic determination and leadership of this very, very important institution in a nuanced way, but one has always to remember that one does not act alone, one is always acting within a collective. Whether one is the chairperson or whether one is the deputy chairperson, one is acting within a collective, and that collective makes the decisions. Thank you, Honorable Member. I hope I've answered you.
Commissioner, do you believe that the Commission is effectively delivering on its constitutional mandate in respect of protection, promoting and monitoring of human rights, while your workers who are the same people who are expecting them to implement most of the work that you as commissioners, you agreed on, and same workers who are supposed to implement your plans, your achievements in different communities around the country. Themselves, they are not happy. And do you think the Commission will achieve what you are supposed to achieve, or what you have planned to achieve in a certain period of time, while your workers who you commissioners, you expect them to work on the implementation of your programs?
Thank you, Honorable Member, for that very important question. I will start by saying that two people, insofar as I'm aware, cannot speak for 190 people. I understand from Honorable Member that there have been more complaints subsequent to that. They have not been, I have not been made aware of them. But it's very important to recognize that there is a deliberateness to the complaints you have received. They intend to be political players, and to speak for a majority. The reality in the Commission is not as it has been painted. There's a perception that is attempted, and I'm inviting the Portfolio Committee to come visit us so that you can experience us for yourselves. But these two complaints, what they have done is a grave injustice, and they have to be held accountable in my view. Thank you, Honorable Member.
Thank you. Lastly, Commissioner, please outline your vision for Human Rights Commission for the next 5 years, if you can be given an opportunity to be the Deputy Chair.
I was waiting for this question. Thank you so much for asking it. I believe that I didn't answer your previous question about whether you think we are fulfilling our mandate in terms of protection. I wonder if you would like me to go back to that. Thank you so much. We have done a lot of work in terms of the immediate concerns of the public, particularly when it comes to socio-economic rights. investigating complaints. We investigate about 6,000 complaints per year. The shortcoming is in education, promoting and monitoring human rights. And this is the work that I'd like to do in the commission for the rest of my term. The substantive flaw and shortcoming of the commission is that it's overly litigious. It places in a hierarchy the protection mandate as though this is the only mandate of the commission. But you also see it in the way in which it self-determines. So all of your provincial managers are lawyers. You have a deficiency of social scientists in the commission. You have a deficiency of activists in the commission. And that has had implications. The questions asked by Honorable Nomvelo are questions that would be answered and determined by social scientists. So the opportunity that I am seeking is an opportunity to infuse a critical lens that both appreciates history, that both has a passion and commitment to a spirit of activism, but one that understands the importance of being on the ground with the people of South Africa, and one that places emphasis on education in a meaningful way and monitoring. Some people in the commission already call me the Commission of Monitoring or the Monitoring Commission, because I like to emphasize the importance of delivering on our monitoring mandate. What I have introduced this year, I understand the Honorable Member and Honorable Chair that we are running out of time, but I think it's very important to stress this, particularly in light of my commitment to strengthening the monitoring mandate of the Commission.
No, we still have ample time.
Thank you.
We are supposed to knock out at 5 p.m. So you can take as long as you want.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that very much. Honorable Member, in terms of my contribution to the monitoring mandate, immediately after I joined the Commission, I noticed this deficiency. And then I went.
Gangani Commissioner Duli.
Okay.
My question is, my question was, do you believe that you are doing what you are supposed to do? Of which you have answered that part. In a toxic environment that it's been reported by the workers, who you as commissioners, you expect them to implement all your decisions as a commission. How do you think, are they going to do what they're supposed to do while they are the ones who have some challenges? Part of their complaints and challenges are part of the complaints that must be addressed by Human Rights Commission.
I see.
And to actually pursue the vision to these next 5 years that we're talking about.
I hear what you are saying. I'm going to be, depending on where you sit, I'm going to be very unpopular in my response, but I will give you my honest response. You come to a toxic environment. You come to a commission that's not performing as optimally as it should. And then you try to make a change to infuse a particular culture. And then you have an eruption by some. So the question says, how will you do your work effectively when you have this eruption by some? My popular view is that sometimes as South Africans we are too kind. And part of the problems we have is because we accept that which we shouldn't accept. I have been pained as a commissioner at some of the ways I have been treated by staff members. I'm deeply passionate about land reform. To ask staff members to investigate a land rights matter and to have them throw it back to you as a complaint is deeply painful, not for me personally, but for those who are deprived of their land rights. Now, you ask me, how are you going to effectively influence? My view is that those who do not want to be strategically led must find themselves different jobs in a place, either in the private sector or in any other place that is not attempting to effect the work that we are trying to do. But the work that the commission has to do is a work that needs staff members who understand that a 9 to 5 is out of the question. It's any staff member who thinks a commissioner should not call them at 6 p.m. when there's been a disaster does not deserve to be a staff member at the South African Human Rights Commission. So apologies for being long-winded, honorable member, but this is my strong view. We are desperate as South Africans to institute change. We are desperate for a South African Human Rights Commission that is responsive and effective. The kinds of complacencies you see are not because of 8 commissioners. It's a historical issue. And commissioners have the responsibility to be much firmer in ensuring that people do what they're supposed to do, and if they don't want to do it, let them find jobs somewhere else. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Tsotetsi.
Thank you, Chair.
There's one of Motawung wants to loot minutes now.
I thought today there are no minutes, Chair. I thought today there are no minutes.
They are, it's just that I didn't tell you.
Thanks. Good afternoon, Commissioner Duli.
Good afternoon, honorable member.
Thanks. Now, the reason we're seated here is because we are implored by the Act to find someone that is fit and proper. Why do you think you are fit and proper?
Thank you, Honorable Tsotetsi. On the 1st of November, I called you Honorable Motawong, and I almost found myself in a Section 194 process. So I have made sure I remember your name. Honorable Member, I'm fit and proper for many reasons. I am committed to South Africa in a real emotive way. My whole life is dedicated to working to ensure that all of us have the right to dream and to reach towards our dreams, whoever we are. And that's a real commitment. The South African Human Rights Act tells us what a fit and proper person should be. First is a person of integrity, a person who's uncorruptible, a person who's willing to stand when all others are not standing because they are standing for justice and what they believe to be true. And I'm that kind of person. I have successfully prevented the capture of the South African Human Rights Commission, at least as it pertains to the July unrest report. You would have seen media leaks that want to redirect the narrative, but the reality does not change because the media has adopted a particular narrative. That is the kind of leadership you need in the Human Rights Commission. People who are impartial, people who are fearless, and people who are willing to defend the Constitution and the history of the struggle with all of their lives. And I'm that person.
You mentioned quite interestingly the attributes that makes you believe that you are fit and proper. Amongst those, you mentioned that you have integrity. I want to believe that a person with integrity would obviously uphold honesty as one of the values that they do carry. Do you agree with me?
Yes, honorable member.
Now, you mentioned when Honorable Sali was asking questions that the provincial manager in KwaZulu-Natal and the CEO would have handled a disciplinary matter unprocedurally. I assume that you are speaking about the CEO who's suspended.
Yes, yes, Honorable Member.
Will you agree with me that what you would have otherwise said was the reason why the CEO was suspended was in actual fact a culmination of a negative attitude which some of the commissioners would have had against the CEO?
Thank you, Honorable Member, for asking this question. It has to be addressed. There's an impression that has been given that our CEO has been suspended because he has come between the staff and some commissioners. There is that existing perception.
We just disturb what was given to the public is that the CEO was suspended for insisting that a certain portion of the recording in whatever meeting must be deleted, which was wrong and so forth. That was given to the public. And I'm putting it to you that out of what you have said with your mouth, it points out to somehow problems in terms of the relations which you have, because if a complaint is laid against you and you argue that the CEO would have conducted this matter unprocedurally, it is inevitable that you are going to amass a particular negative feeling about this kind of CEO. Do you agree with me?
Honorable Member, perhaps a chronological or sequential narration of how we have come to the suspension of the CEO is necessary. The South African Human Rights Commission delivered the outcomes of its audit report to the Portfolio Committee. The Auditor General was here before you to present the results. You would have noticed that the main concerns raised by the Auditor General relate to a regression, in particular, material non-compliance with legislation, regression and deviations, non-compliance with competitive bidding processes, non-compliance with quotation processes. These all have happened in the past financial year, and they have been subjected to ongoing investigations. And these investigations are still ongoing because these are words, but these words represent contracts, they represent actions, they represent activities and responsibilities that have either been met or unmet. Included in that is or what that insinuates is a culture. The security breach is a manifestation, it is an action, but it's a manifestation of a culture. You are now all aware of the circumstances under which the security breach was alleged to have happened. But this is not the only matter that is before the investigator who is currently investigating. I would not want to compromise this investigation. However, what I can inform you, Honorable Tsoteti, is that it's in the interest of the Commission to act with integrity and honesty in defending itself, even against all of us, including myself, including the CEO. The security breach, yes, is one, but there are many other issues of concern to us as commissioners. Commissioners would have sat before you on the 1st of November, and all of us spoke in a chorus about some of the concerns that we have. The Commission does require a good relationship between a CEO, who is the head of administration, and commissioners. Now, what we mean by relationship, we don't mean to be friends. We don't have to be friends. But we have to have a relationship that is guided by integrity, that understands our role as commissioners, and that appreciates that the CEO, we are responsible for the effective execution of the mandate, and we appoint a CEO to assist us in administering that effective execution of the mandate. And that person has to be someone who does not have shortcomings in terms of administration. I hope that answers your question, Honorable Member.
No, apologies, Honorable Sotet. We get what we are saying. We agree with it. But the point made by Honorable Sotet is, you make mention of a mishandling of a disciplinary matter by the CEO and the provincial manager, which presupposes the time when the CEO got suspended. Now, you are on record in Parliament saying the basis of the suspension is an instruction irregularly given for a deletion of information of the institution. Now, where Honorable Tsotetsi comes from says, so when this incident of the deletion happened, there had already been issues between the commission and the CEO on the basis of, amongst other things, this thing of the disciplinary hearing and stuff. Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, which is why the chronology matters. The breach happens before the KZN report. I hope that assists. So it's not the other way around. Yeah, the breach happens before the KZN report. If anything, based on the very blatant flaws in this report, one can even assume that the report is the CEO's attempt to silence the commission, or the commissioner who is most vocal about asking some of these questions, including issues of contract management, which I have been, particularly as the chairperson of the organizational redesign, I've been very, very vocal in asking very important questions to the CEO. And these questions that I've been asking predate the CEO's substantively and procedurally flawed report. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Duli. Let's assume you are the deputy chair. You are in a meeting with the chair. And the chair, having been agitated by the fact that people are giving out information on, if you like, hanging out dirty linen, if you like, about the commission, and then he says to you that, says to them that those who continue to cut their nose to spite their face are going to suffer. How do you react to that situation? You are the chair, you are the deputy chair, the chair utters that. Of course, that suggests that there is going to be very harsh consequences on you for telling the world the situation that you are encountering in the commission as the staff. How do you, as the deputy commissioner, react to that?
Thank you, Honorable Member. Everybody who's in the commission has a responsibility, a fiduciary responsibility, to safeguard the integrity of the commission and to not bring the commission to disrepute. With that being said, everybody has a right to complain when they feel that they have been unjustly treated, whether it's by the chairperson or the deputy chair or any commissioner or any of their peers. And the commission, being an institution that is established to safeguard human rights, we appreciate that the commission is occupied by human beings who themselves could violate human rights, and their human rights could be violated. So we have established and instituted internal policies to allow for those who are of the view that their human rights have been violated to complain. So if I'm in a meeting and the chairperson says, staff members, you have a responsibility to, one, know the internal policies, and two, to follow the channels so that you do not go to the public with matters that you should be addressing internally, I would, with respect, support him. However, Honorable Tsotetsi, if the staff members within reasonable time have not been responded to, and they feel that they require the means for outside assistance, they must be given the right to come to Parliament or to come to any other platform where those rights can and should be defended. And similarly, I would support them.
Now, in terms of your own internal management system, where do staff members who feel that they've been offended by the chair in one way or the other, where are they supposed to get recourse? Where are they supposed to complain?
Staff members, in terms of our complaint handling procedure, staff members who feel aggrieved by the chairperson must report to commissioners. All staff members have equal and unabridged access to commissioners. And we cannot assume that 8 persons who are entrusted by the Constitution to be persons who are impartial and persons with integrity, all of them would protect a chairperson who has been found to have shortcomings in the way that he has treated staff. So as a commissioner, I would encourage staff members to firstly report this to commissioners and give commissioners due trust and due opportunity to deal with the matter internally first. But when those steps are skipped, then one begins to ask questions about the possible politicization and possible weaponization of Parliament against some members, including the chairperson.
No, thanks for that response. I'm just putting myself at the shoes of the staff. You are the second commissioner that comes here, and the tune seems to be one on how good the chairperson is. But I'm not there. Do you have any recollection of yourself, Commissioner Duli, challenging the authority on issues where the authority is wrong in the context of this commission, where you'd say that, look, you are the authority, but here and here you are wrong?
All the time, honorable member. In fact, our experience last year, because of the reported factionalism, we spoke up against that factionalism. We spoke up against instances where we felt that this was not in the interest of the public, in the interest of the Constitution, and we were not popular for speaking out. However, because we understand our role, we were not moved, even though we have to admit that it takes a psychological and emotional toll, sleepless nights, anxiety, but the work has to be done, and we have done it. I also just want to say, Honorable Toteti, that the positive feedback you are receiving about the chairperson are not a conspiracy. This is a very, very good man, and it can't just be us talking. His track record speaks for himself. Very committed South African, very committed leader, and the allegations against him are very unfortunate and painful to witness.
It's okay. I think we're not here for that. I think we will, through our processes, be able to reveal that. And then even in terms of the issues in the Human Rights Commission, we'll definitely get to the bottom of that. Now, when you responded to the question before, which I think it's a good attribute if you can say that to the authority that here and here you are wrong, I think it's a good attribute. Your understanding of the authority in the context of that question, does it speak to the administrative authority or your own authority? Because I don't think that as a commissioner, the authority in your context can be the administrative people. I mean, the authority can be a person that you have all the powers to fire. Now, just clarity on that. You don't have to tell us who you were correcting. I'm saying, did you raise that in the context of the authority being the administrative component of the commission, or being at the level of your own authority as commissioners?
Honorable Member, I meant at the level of the commissioner, so whether it's the chairperson or even my colleagues. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Is that a point of order, Honorable Ten?
No, Chair, it's a follow-up,
One follow-up,
one follow-up.
yes.
Okay.
Honorable Mvalo, one follow-up. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Duli, you said something that makes me a bit uncomfortable, so I just want to get clarity on that. You mentioned that 2 people can't complain on behalf of 190 people. And then you said I made a note, let me just check here. They must be held accountable. Now, regardless of the merits of the complaints, which remains to be seen, that seems a bit like threatening a whistleblower, if I can put it like that. And it tends to confirm some of the allegations of fear for retribution for complaining. So can you just clear that up for me? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Member, for coming back to seek the clarity. Multiple things have happened here. There are the procedural flaws, and they are very clear. They are unquestionable. And this is before we go to the substance of the matter. No, including the complainants, cannot deny, because there's evidence of them being advised on how to proceed, and they have completely ignored that. These are senior members of the commission. They have a responsibility to know our policies and to take advice. They have deliberately flouted these processes. The commission has a responsibility to hold them accountable, and they cannot escape accountability by saying they fear reprisals. The policy is clear. As a commissioner, I have a responsibility to know the policy. I know the policy, and I'm saying that there is a prima facie case here of a violation of internal policy, and also a violation of Section 22 of the South African Human Rights Act. I do not mean by saying that I'm threatening staff members. I spoke earlier, I think it was in response to the question by Honorable Motaung. What has happened is an injustice. Some staff members have come to us to say, Commissioner, we are very pained by what has happened, because it paints the commission as a place of discord. It affects the way we are able to do our work on the ground, and it doesn't represent all of us. And these voices have to be heard, Honorable Member. I don't want you to take my word for it, because I'm the respondent in this matter. I'm inviting you and the Portfolio Committee to come to the Commission yourselves, to engage with our internal policy, to come to grips with what's really happening, and to assist us to resolve these matters. I have no interest in backlashing against or depriving anyone of their right to complain. That's not my interest. Philosophically, it's not the way that I live and conduct myself. However, I have a responsibility to be a responsible leader, a firm leader, and someone who defends this institution. And insofar as what has happened here, there has been an injustice caused, less on me and more to the commission as an institution, which commission I have been appointed to safeguard and protect. So it's in that light, Honorable Member, I hope that clarifies issues. By saying that 2 people don't speak for the majority, can't speak for the majority, I'm not saying that it's practically impossible or theoretically impossible, because that's why we have staff representatives in the form of unions. So a union leader, for example, can write on behalf of staff members as one person, sign it on behalf. I don't mean it in that way. What I mean is that an individual complaint that speaks to the grievance of a single person cannot and should not taint or assume to represent the grievances of all or the majority. That's what I mean, and I apologize if I didn't represent myself more clearly earlier when I spoke.
Thank
so
you,
much.
Honorable Nomvalo. One.
Yeah, no one, as
I
promised.
know you were in smuggling.
No, just one question, which emanates from Honorable Tsotetzi's original question. Ndlela ka Sompisi. Because, you know, I'm asking this because when we appoint you, if we will, we need to know what is it that we are subjecting you to in terms of the work environment. Are you not intimidated by the chairperson or bullied by the chair of the commission to a point where you feel the necessity to protect or to shield his shenanigans, if there are any, his shenanigans for your survival purposes and for your safety in the commission?
Thank you.
I mean it when I say I'm a fearless human being. I don't fear the chairperson in the sense that in maybe the sense you mean. If I fear him, it would be in the sense that God says, fear me, in a respectful way. I have a lot of respect for the chairperson. I admire his contribution to the liberation struggle. I admire his leadership style. I admire his approach to humanity, but I also have critiques of him. And if there's any commissioner who has been most critical of the chairperson, and I invite you to please do a reference check on this, it is Commissioner Duli. I have been most critical of him, and my biggest critique is to tell him, chairperson, we understand that you are a reverend, but this commission is not church, so you can't be nice to people who are doing wrongdoing. You have to be firm as a commissioner. We disagree with the chairperson a lot, and that disagreement is within an energetic space of respect, mutual respect, and understanding that we come from different backgrounds, we differ, but we have the same common goal. So no, I do not fear the chairperson. I really speak honestly when I say that this is a man of great integrity. This is a man that I respect. And this is a man who, even prior to us meeting him, his track record speaks for itself. He has dedicated and committed his whole life to the struggle for liberation. No commissioner and no staff member works as much as the chairperson. You can call this gentleman at midnight and tell him that you have a human rights violation. He will drive 30 minutes to you. Sometimes some of us will have to tell him, please go and rest. In fact, he's just come from a trip to Geneva, and I was very upset with him because he refused to take at least a day's leave because he's so committed to the work that is before him. So it's not out of fear, it is out of mutual respect and a recognition that South Africa needs people like Reverend Nissen to be in leadership positions, but also to contribute to the changes in the country. I must say, Honorable Nomvelo, that what is happening...
Honorable Nomvalo.
Nomvalo.
Yeah.
Ngiyaxolisa, bhuti, ngiyaxolisa. Honorable Nomvalo, the allegations against the chair at the level of humanity are painful and most unfortunate, because anyone who engages with this gentleman will say the same thing. Even those who are on opposing ideological fronts with him will say the same thing about his commitment. It's unquestionable. So for him to be facing with so many allegations, it's clear that it's political, but it's unfair because no matter how strong you are still a spiritual and emotional being. And at some level, this amounts to spiritual violence. And thank you for asking the question, and I hope I've answered it in the correct manner.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Commissioner Duli. I put it to you that we are not dealing with two complaints or two letters that have been shared with Parliament against you. There are a number of them. They are not two. If you can share this information with you now, as when we are seated there speaking to the committee, we received a complaint about the things you said. But that complaint has since been withdrawn. Anyway, we're not going to use it as a consideration in the committee deliberations. But I think this begs a question that out of all this, what then becomes, as a leader now, what then becomes a lesson to you as a leader? What lesson do you draw out of all this?
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, for this question. I'm only aware of the two. I believe you that there may be more. I'm unable to speak to them because I'm unaware of them. The one that has been submitted and withdrawn, if it was submitted today, one assumes that whoever submitted it is aware of this moment. And any complaint, maybe let me take a step back. I said this earlier, and I'm going to repeat it. The South African Human Rights Commission, the commissioners are appointed in trust by the representatives of the public, and we owe ourselves and our work to the public. We must always be accountable to the public. Members of the public must be at liberty to complain about the conduct, our conduct. We must appreciate that opportunity, we must always avail it, and anyone who complains must be given due opportunity to be heard. Each complaint must be assessed in its own merit, and where we are found guilty, we have to face the consequences. I'm availing myself, Chairperson, to face any consequences where a duly established process of investigation finds that I have done any wrongdoing. Similarly, if these complaints are a political game, those who are playing the game must similarly face the consequences. You are asking the question, what is the lesson for me as a leader? The lesson at a personal level, the lesson that I'm learning is that as leaders, we are not always going to be popular. We are working and operating in a flawed world. We ourselves are flawed human beings. We make mistakes. But we are working in institutions that are claimed to be toxic. And when we do our work, of course, these things are going to happen. The lesson I'm learning at a personal level is that despite pain, you have to continue to stand on the side of what is right. As a leader at the level of the institution, I'm learning that you have a choice. You are either going to be silent and be complacent so that you don't face the pain and you don't change the institution, or you are going to be brave and courageous in an attempt to ensure that you safeguard the integrity of this institution. So this would be my response, Honorable Chairperson. I do encourage you as the Portfolio Committee to assist us to investigate each and every one of these allegations so that nobody at the end of the day feels like they were not heard or that Commissioner Duli was protected. I would hate to be the complainant who is unheard, and I would not wish that upon them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Part of what has been leveled against you, amongst many, is the fact that you are too much close to the chair of the commission, And both of you are using the proximity to each other to perpetuate these allegations. So what would be your reaction to an assumption that part of you wanting to be a deputy chairperson is to be close enough to perpetuate and pursue the things that both yourself and the chair has been accused of? Of course, it's a lot of things that we have not tested. But let's say there is that particular assumption from a member of the public who has received this such kind of information. What would be your reaction to that?
I attempted to speak to this, to a previous question by Honorable Namvalo. I'm inviting the Portfolio Committee to test it for yourselves. Interview, particularly the commissioners, because we engage in meetings with them, and ask them, who is the commissioner that's most vocal in critiquing the chair amongst all of you? They will tell you that it's Commissioner Duli. The allegation that we are close is not one can be close to someone in a relationship of integrity. We are close because we have similar principles, a common goal, but that does not mean that we are absolved from critiquing each other. In fact, Honorable Chairperson, I have on various occasions requested the chair. I said, Chair, you haven't critiqued me in a while, and that's unhealthy for people who are so close, because I'm a flawed human being, and I require you to reflect back upon me those flaws. And the same I do for him, because we understand that within the context that we work in, we have to be self-critical, self-reflective, mutually critical, mutually reflective, so that we can grow, because the process of living is a process of growth. What isn't growing is dead. And that is the kind of relationship that we have. However, don't take it from me. Test it for yourselves. Engage the commission, engage the commissioners. The idea that I want to be the deputy chairperson because I want to then perpetuate this kind of alleged autocracy between me and the chairperson is very far from the truth. It's very, very far from the truth, but I'm encouraging the Portfolio Committee to test it for yourselves. These are devious and silly attempts at stopping people who are trying to make a genuine change in the Commission. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The South African Human Rights Commission is established in accordance to law, which is the Republic of South Africa Constitution Act 108 of 1996. The Commission is also governed in accordance to law, which is the South African Human Rights Commission Act. We take it that you said you are a PhD candidate. Yeah, what then is your understanding of the rule of law, the principle of legality, and the dialectical relationship between the two concepts?
The Constitution and the law create a framework. What we mean by framework, it's like isbaya, or a fence, that governs the ways in which we should act. It's an attempt to prevent anarchy. It's an attempt to regulate our conduct. It also appreciates that human beings, if not regulated, can act in ways that can be harmful to each other. So we establish a constitution as a supreme law, and then we establish enabling legislation to give expression to the prescripts and the aspirations of this constitution. Each enabling legislation speaks to a particular aspect of sociality and particular aspect of life and living, and a particular aspect of institutions and institutionalism, which we are obliged to respect and to abide by. And there are equal sanctions when those laws or those regulations are then not abided by. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. One would say the fact that the recommendations of the Commission do not have the binding effect actually weakens its role and the execution of its mandate. So what do you think must be done to ensure that the recommendations of the South African Human Rights Commission are binding and they've got a binding effect? And what would be your suggestion that the Commission must do if there is a situation where a department of the state or an organ of the state simply defies and ignores the recommendations of the Commission? What recourse you think is adequate that the Commission must take in that instance?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The Commission exists within an ecosystem which is sometimes understood as a constitutional dialogue. We are in a dialogue with other organs of state, including Parliament, including the judiciary, but also including the executive. And this is a dialogue of accountability, and this is a dialogue of preserving, promoting, and affording justly human rights. We are currently, as we all know, before the Constitutional Court on issues pertaining to the question that you are asking. We are either going to be successful or unsuccessful. If we are successful, that will go a long way in assisting us to claim justice in a more efficient and effective way for those whose human rights have been violated. However, there are also other means through which we can make claim to our aspirations. One of those is a legislative amendment to our Act, which can then afford us that opportunity. But Honorable Chair, you submitted something profound and interesting when we engaged with you on the 1st of November. You made reference to the journey of the public protector. And you said to us, which is an advice that we take seriously, that the Nkandla judgment was not easily won. It didn't come automatically. It came through the conduct of the institution itself. And therefore, a lot of work has to be done by the Commission in exemplifying to the public, in lieu of this constitutional dialogue, why it is important for our recommendations to be binding. In 2009, Justice Kolopen and his cohort, they were the second cohort of the South African Human Rights Commission. He crafted a very important handover report. And I made note of something that he said in that handover report. He said that the content and scope of its relationships with the executive, Parliament, the courts, civil society, and the media are the determining factors in the effectivity of the institution, which is the Commission, in discharging its mandate. And this was said in 2009. One would have expected that by now, the Commission's sole focus is one, in appreciating what Justice Colopin in his wisdom with his cohort have said, is to understand the ecosystem within which we work, understand that we are in a constitutional dialogue, and strengthen these relationships. One of the shortcomings of the commission is that we haven't done sufficient work in building strong relationships with civil society, sustained relationships, and this is some of the work that, very good work that has been done in the past 10 months, that attempting to strengthen in a coordinated and coherent way, not in an abstract ad hoc way where you have a meeting with this one NGO there, but in a coordinated effort. Because for the shortcomings we have in terms of a budget, in terms of human resources capacity, we can reach out to these strategic relationships, particularly with civil society on the ground, to be able to assist us in safeguarding our aspiration towards a situation where our recommendations are binding. So those are my views, Honorable Chair.
Commissioner Duli, unfortunately or fortunately, that marks the end of our conversation with you. We can confirm that it's been an inciting and interesting conversation. We deliberately called it a conversation. We'll end it here. We thank you for coming. We thank you for availing yourself to be part of the soldiers that are going to help us improve the situation at the commission. So the committee will have its committee meeting and deliberate amongst itself on issues relating to the 9 candidates, which 7 of we interviewed on Tuesday. So we'll let all candidates know what would have been a decision of the committee. We wish you well and wish you a safe travel back home. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I must say that there was a missed opportunity in answering the question of Honorable Motaung about the monitoring. If you can give me 3 or 4 minutes, I would love that opportunity, because I believe that
Can only give you 2.
2 minutes, that's fine. Honorable Motaung, I think it's important for me to engage you on this because I'm so passionate about it. The monitoring mandate of the Commission, in my view, requires us in each province to spend at least a week in each district. So let's take KwaZulu-Natal, for example. There are 10 districts. To visit each district, to engage with the district council, to engage with the communities, to understand the state of human rights where people are, so that what we come out with is a fully fledged, meaningful understanding of what's happening in the country based on a localized appreciation of what each community is dealing with. The district has about 4 or 5 local municipalities, and if we are able to engage with them on an individual basis to collate their experiences, that will give us a sense that give communities a sense that we are present, but also give us an appreciation of what is really happening, the state of human rights in each district, in each province, and which then culminates into a national state of human rights. I thought that is important because hopefully in the future we may come back to you to request your assistance, Honorable Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That's taken, that's noted. Members, that brings us to the end of a very long week journey that we started since Tuesday. Tomorrow we're not meeting. We'll meet next week. We have a meeting with the Legal Practice Council next week. So see you next week. The meeting is adjourned and goodbye.
Thank you, honorable members. Thank you.